sorry, Mayor, for telling about that. Maybe reaching out to the high schools, whoever has like a drama club still
But
active.
COVID killed a lot of the art programs, so
They no
they
longer
bare
exist.
basically.
Yeah, but even looking at students that want to.
Maybe Don
put together
Bosco
like a
Tech,
little- Yeah,
Don Bosco
a little
Tech,
private
around the
ones.
corner.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm calling our meeting to order at 6 o'clock. If I can please have our city clerk do the roll call for today.
Yes, Councilmember Torres,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Here.
Councilmember Tamayo,
Here.
Mayor Peralta.
And I am present. If we can please have our city attorney announce our closed session items for today.
Yes, thank you. Do we have any public comments for closed session items?
We have none.
Okay, if there is anyone in the audience who wishes to address the city council on closed session items, this would be the appropriate time to step forward and fill out a card. Since we have none, Madam Mayor, we have two items in closed session, one under conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and the second one being conference with real property negotiators, as listed on the agenda. It's appropriate to recess into closed session.
Okay, we will recess into closed session at 6:01. Thank you very much. Okay, good evening, everyone. I would like to reconvene from our closed session meeting today at 7 o'clock. Mr. City Attorney, can you please provide a report on those items?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The record should reflect that the City Council, with all 5 members being present, recessed into closed session for the 2 items that were listed and announced prior to recessing into closed session. The following is my report. Under item number 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, the workers' compensation matter case of Rojas versus City of Montebello was presented to the City Council. Direction was provided to attempt to resolve the case within the terms and parameters as expressed in closed session. That was a unanimous direction provided by the City Council. Under item number 2, conference with real property negotiators, the property known as the Top Golf site. That was also presented to the City Council. There was no final action taken on that matter, and that matter will be brought back to the City Council at an upcoming agenda, but there's no reportable action this evening. With that, Madam Mayor, it's appropriate to continue with the open portion of the meeting.
Thank you very much for our invocation. Our City Clerk will be gracing us with that, and our Pledge of Allegiance, we will have our City Treasurer. Thank you so much.
As we gather here today, let us take a moment to reflect on the importance of our shared purpose and the collective efforts that bring us together. Let us embrace the diversity of perspectives and backgrounds in this room, recognize that it enriches our discussions and strengthens our bonds. May we approach our task with open minds, kindness, and a commitment to understanding. Let us strive for excellence in all of our endeavors, knowing that we can achieve our goals through collaboration and cooperation. As we begin this meeting, let us be mindful of the impact of our words and actions on others. Let us listen with empathy, speak with clarity, and work with integrity. May this meeting be productive, inclusive, and respectful, honoring the contributions of each individual present. Let us move forward with purpose and determination, inspired by the potential of what we can accomplish together. Thank you.
Hands over heart, ready, begin. Flag, United States of America, and the Republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you so much to our City Treasurer and our City Clerk. Moving now to ceremonial items and presentations. We do have a couple of guests here tonight that I'm excited to uplift. I will go ahead and move our National Child Abuse Prevention down towards the end and move our National Donate Life Month as well towards the top. But if I can please ask my colleagues to join me at the bottom of the dais so we can conduct our Citizen of the Month. Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. I would like to call up Ms. Kathleen Rabago, who is our Citizen of the Month for April 2024. If I could please get a round of applause. So I do have a couple words that I'd like to share on behalf of the City Council. I'm extremely pleased to have you be our most beloved resident, Ms. Kathleen Rabago, who was born and raised here in the city of Montebello. She embodies the spirit of community, history, and education. Miss Kathleen's involvement with the Montebello Historical Society as a docent and event planner showcases her commitment to preserving our past and future generations. She is also a historical reenactor. Since 2010, she has been portraying the ladies or doñas of the Spanish and Mexican ranchos. She also narrates Montebello's annual reenactment of the Battle of Rio San Gabriel. Beyond her roles within the Historical Society, Kathleen's influence extends into education. As a Cal State LA Long Beach teacher, she imparts knowledge and wisdom to the next generation. Her dedication to teaching first-year students in the Educational Opportunity Program demonstrates her belief in equal access to education. Her volunteerism is exemplary, spanning across various community organizations. As a member of the Italian Catholic Federation, number 111, and the Montebello Women's Club, she actively contributes to the fabric of our community and our city. Her involvement in the local Native Sons chapter also highlights her commitment to honoring our shared history through the plaque installations at historical sites. She reminds everyone, and I quote, "There's lots of remarkable history here in Montebello." As we reflect on Kathleen's journey, we are also reminded of the importance of preserving our heritage and fostering connections. For these reasons and more, on behalf of the City Council, we do recognize you as our April 2024 Citizen of the Month.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm really honored to be honored by my hometown. This last Saturday, we honored another hometown girl, Marge Villa. A beautiful exhibit now on the Sanchez Adobe put together by our curator, John Reed, there in the corner. John, give a wave. And we had a great opening. Thank you all for coming. Wasn't that fun? Everybody, we loved it so much. We got to do more, because we have vandals that are trying to burn the back door. And so if we have more activities there, especially on Saturday nights, I'm thinking of a Zorro night, maybe a Godzilla night, showing movies back there in the summertime, that, you know, the vandals will come around and say, oh, there's a lot of activity here. We can never go burn that door down. But I really thank you. It's a great honor. My maternal grandfather came to Montebello around 1922 from Guanajuato, Mexico. He worked at the Simon's Brickyard. They bought property when they had that little hurricane, that business that got trampled by their roof. There on between Vale and Maple. That was my grandparents' property. And during the war, my uncle, my mom's older brother, sent money home, and he bought the corner of Dade and Maple. Originally, there was a gas station and an ice cream shop there, and he built a pool hall and a bar, which burned down twice. It's no longer ours, but we have a long history. The Barber's family, a long history here. Simon's Brickyard, we got some Simon's Brickyard people here. It's very important, so I'm very honored to be honored by my hometown. Thank you.
Yay, thank you so much. Okay. Moving forward with our presentations, we do have, this month is Armenian History Month, a significant recognition bestowed by the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. This designation highlights the substantial contributions of the Armenian community to our country's economy and culture, a sentiment echoed nationwide. Throughout this month, we honor the achievements of our local Armenian community while also commemorating those who have been affected by historic conflicts. April holds particular significance in our city's history as well. In 1968, Los Angeles became the first city in the United States to unveil the iconic Martyrs Memorial Monument dedicated to the victims of the Armenian Genocide. This monument stands as a solemn reminder of the lives lost during those tragic events and remains accessible to the public as a symbol of remembrance. I invite everyone to take a moment to visit this monument and pay their respects to the memories of those who have perished. And I did have a special guest come here today that I would like to recognize. If I can please call up Mr. Greg Hosharian to please come up front with council. So our city council would also like to recognize composer, conductor, and pianist keyboardist maestro Greg Hosharian, who began playing the piano at the age of 4. His father, Edward, a gifted composer and the conductor of the Los Angeles-based Armenian Philanthropic Orchestra, was his first music teacher. Greg holds a bachelor's degree in composition from California Institute of the Arts and a master's degree in composition and orchestration from California State University, Northridge. His musical stylings include classical, jazz, Armenian, ethnic music, and progressive rock and heavy metal. He is also dedicated to promoting and performing ethnic Armenian music. Greg has toured across Europe and North America as the keyboardist for Redemption, opening for progressive rock giants Dream Theater. In 2009, he performed with his progressive rock group, Armenian Space Station, at an exceptionally well-received concert in Yerevan, Armenia. Hold on, almost done. Greg started the Armenian Pops Orchestra and in 2010 and later the Armenian Pops Ensemble, for which he is the conductor, pianist, composer, orchestrator, and musical director. The orchestra and ensemble have performed several times in the Los Angeles area ever since and continue to perform throughout the U.S. Active in composing and orchestration, Greg creates soundtracks for film, television, animation, and video game projects. He is also a music professor at College of the Canyons. He is also engaged in performing, orchestrating, conducting, teaching, and recording. For more information, please support and visit www.greghosharian.com. If we can please give a round of applause for this incredible resident here in the city of Montebello.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Mayor and council members, for having me here today. I'm a longtime citizen. Actually, I was born here at Beverly Hospital. I won't reveal my age, but I've been doing music all my life. My father was a composer-conductor, and he lived in Montebello since the 1950s. He passed away in 1990, but he was a composer and conductor and a teacher at Roosevelt High School in Boyle Heights. And for 20 years, he taught there. So a lot of music that came out in the 60s, 70s, and 80s were products of some of his students. So it's such an honor to be here, continuing that legacy, and to be here up here. Thank you so much for having me. And my kids were really excited to be here today, as you could see. She wanted to receive one too, so maybe one day she'll be taking over. And my wife is here, Natalia, and my mom was supposed to be here, but she thought it would start at 7:30, so. She'll watch it on Natalia, come, we'll take a picture. All right, anyways, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. Oh, okay. You want to say something? No. Okay, this is Holly and this is Benny. She wanted me to tell you their names, so there you go.
Thank you. So I did want to use this opportunity, I think, just showcasing the incredible work that he's done and the incredible music that he's created. He is on Spotify, so please look him up and support him. But I did just want to play a small snippet of the incredible music that he's conducted and he's orchestrated. So let's see if I can get this to play at least a little bit. So just wanted to go ahead and showcase that. Thank you so much. And so I would love to just also offer him a certificate of recognition, as well as providing him the proclamation for Armenian History Month as part of our city council today.
One more picture. Right here on 3. Here we go. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Oh, good job. Thank you so much.
We've got a lot to celebrate for April, so please bear with us. April is also National Donate Life Month. This helps us raise awareness about organ, eye, and tissue donation while encouraging the public to register as donors. This is also an important time to honor those who have saved lives through the gift of donation. This year's theme is Donors and Superstars. The theme was inspired by the night sky and the billions of stars that make up the universe. Stars remind us that even in the darkest night, there is light. Your decision to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor gives us hope and light to the 100,000 people on the national transplant waiting list who are waiting for a second chance at life. That's why donors are superstars. This National Donate Month, I would like to ask that you consider being a part of this interconnected, life-sustaining community by registering as an organ, eye, and tissue donor, becoming educated about living donation, and championing the Donate Life cause. To learn more about this important initiative, residents are encouraged to visit donatelife.net. And to receive this proclamation today, we do have Ms. Darlene Pasillas, if she can please join us as a representative of One Legacy. One Legacy is the nation's largest organ procurement organization serving the diverse Southern California region, working with hospitals, physicians, transplant centers, and the community. One Legacy educates about and facilitates donation, as well as builds a community of long-term support for families who give the generous gift of life. Thank you to Ms. Darlene for being an incredible representative of One Legacy and joining us here today to receive this proclamation. Would you like to say a few words? Yeah.
Thank you. Mayor Peralta, esteemed city council members, and residents of Montebello, thank you so much for having me and for recognizing and honoring Donate Life Month for April. My name is Darlene Pasillas, and I am a donor daughter. My mother was Irma Saldate, who was a mother of 4, a pastor's wife, and a prominent family figure. She reminds me a lot of you, just the love that you have and the personality. That was my mom. Just somebody that the family circled around. She loved themed birthday parties, getting her hair and nails done, a lot of which that business was in this city, and giving to others, whether that was her time, her resources, or the things she nagged about us getting rid of throughout the house. Those were donated too. Unfortunately, Memorial Day weekend, at the young age of 51, she had suffered a brain aneurysm at home and was rushed to Garfield Medical Center. She received the utmost care, compassion, and patience. So did our family. And under observation, 2 independent doctors conducted various tests to determine the likelihood of her recovery. Unfortunately, there was no brain activity, and the doctors informed us that she would be in a vegetative state. As our family processed this devastating news, we had recalled a conversation where she had mentioned, if anything were to happen to me, I don't want to be in a vegetative state. I don't want that quality of life. And as we're pondering this and struggling with what we wanted to do next, we were gently approached by One Legacy, who informed us that my mom had registered as an organ, eye, and tissue donor at the DMV in Lincoln Heights. This came as a shock to us, as she's never mentioned anything and we had no idea, but it brought comfort in knowing that we didn't have to make that decision for her. She had already decided, even in her passing, she wanted to help give others. We actually had 2 close family members, close family friends through our church who had been on dialysis and in need of kidneys. And we asked, is there any possibility that we can designate them to be considered as a direct recipient for my mom? And the ambassador had just explained that a lot of variables are considered when matching a donor to a recipient, like blood type, medical history, and the specific organ that's needed. And in her long career, only 10 successful direct donations had happened. But my dad, being a man of faith, had said, well, here's your number 11. And miraculously, my mom was a match for both brother and sister, and they were able to receive her kidneys. They are going on 12 years of rejuvenated health, no longer on dialysis, and living a life they never possibly could have had a few years ago. She also extended the life of a gentleman in his 50s by donating her liver. She gave the gift of sight by donating her corneas, and also donated her tissues, which can heal up to 75 lives. So my mom's one life went on to make a difference, and in the midst of our tragedy and our loss, she was able to bring hope and restoration to those in need. So I encourage you all to visit onelegacy.org for more information about organ, eye, and tissue donation. And if you feel inclined to save a life or help in those in need, you can register at your local DMV next time you go, or online at donatelifecalifornia.org. Thank you so much for your time.
So up next, we do have Autism Awareness Month. In addition to recognizing Armenian History Month, as well as Donate Life Month, our city also acknowledges April as Autism Acceptance Month. Autism or Autism Spectrum Disorder, ASD, encompasses a wide range of conditions characterized by differences in social skills, repetitive behaviors, speech, and nonverbal communication. On December 18, 2007, the United Nations General Assembly designated April 2nd as World Autism Awareness Day. This day serves as a global call to action to increase understanding and acceptance of individuals with autism with the aim of enhancing wellness and promoting inclusion for all. It is essential for our community to educate ourselves about autism and recognize the resilience and unique perspectives of those living with it. Families and friends who navigate life with autism understand the profound experience of seeing the world through a different lens. And using this opportunity of Autism Awareness Month, I would also like to call up another resident here in the city of Montebello, making a true difference in this area. If I can please call up Ms. Armida Yuleni Ochoa. Today we recognize, Today we recognize Armida Yuleni Ochoa, who began her journey in 2010, actively engaging with the community through presentations at schools, districts, and support groups. She dedicated herself to coaching parents and advocating for families with loved ones with disabilities across various systems. In 2019, she established Ochoa's Consulting in Montebello City, aiming to create programs tailored to families with special need members. Her mission to empower parents and self-advocates with disabilities by increasing their understanding of how systems operate and equipping them with the tools to advocate for their support and needs. Inspired by her very own children, Axel Villegas and Alexa, Armida is driven by a commitment to continually educating and preparing the special needs community for a life of quality, inclusion, and independence. And to just share a few words myself, I met Armida about 2 years ago being out in the community, and she asked me a very important question, and that one question that really stayed with me, and I think truly made me understand the importance of the job that we hold here on City Council. So she asked me, why doesn't the city of Montebello have any programs for children with disabilities? And that was a question that, unfortunately, I couldn't answer at the moment. And after having multiple conversations and kind of understanding the world of disabilities and the programs that, unfortunately, we didn't have here in the city, as well as doing research on what are other cities doing, we began as a council taking initiative on bringing in programs. And so we were able to bring the Adaptive Inclusion Recreation Program that launched this last December. And I do want to just recognize our Director of Parks and Recs for the incredible work that he's done to include this programming for our children. Yes, so please round of applause for him. The City Council also approved a needs assessment to ensure that we are aware of the different gaps that we have for our public parks as well as facilities, and ensuring that we understand how we can at one point get funding to move those projects forwards for our community. And we also had the city's first resource fair for children and families with disabilities that was launched this last April. Again, thank you to our incredible Parks and Recs director and his staff for that. And so that, I think, really encapsulates, right, the work that we do as council as far as being able to understand the needs of our community and really taking action and working together to accomplish that. And so I do just want to highlight Ms. Armida, as well as other parents that I've had the opportunity to speak with, in really encouraging us as council to be accountable and truly work for the residents of our city. And so if we can please give her a big round of applause for the work that she does in our community for our families.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of this community, council members. For me, when Ms. Scarlett went to my house and advocate for the families who have children with disabilities, would not have these opportunities or sports or just the recreational activities or some inclusion. We advocate, as an Ochoa's Consulting, we advocate hard with our hearts for different programs because we want to let the parents learn and give the support for the children to be included in the community, because some of the children have the skills, some of the children really work hard for have these opportunities in the community with different activities, the employment support, the be included with other people, play with other people, and socialize with other people. And we're working hard with parents because we want the parents learn the systems to advocate appropriately for the children. And I think the community, we need to prepare, we need to continue learning from the families, from these children, with these adults, because they want to have these opportunities. And I hope together we can learn about autism, about ADHD, about other diagnoses that impact in the family's lives. And I hope together, Alessa and Ochoa's Consulting, we want this Montebello City, very support these families, because we want to create more inclusion for our children and for adults with disabilities. Thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you for our guests who did come today to be a part of our presentations. We do have a couple more that we'd like to showcase today. But actually, I do have, oh no, I did give that one out. Thank you. Okay. So we do have our Child Abuse Prevention Month. So as we continue into the month of April, I am reminded of the solemn responsibility we bear to protect the most vulnerable among us, our children. April marks Child Abuse Prevention Month, a time when we unite as a community to raise awareness, advocate for change, and stand against the scourge of child abuse. Child abuse comes in many forms, from physical and emotional harm to neglect and exploitation. It knows no boundaries of age, gender, or socioeconomic status, and its impact can be devastating, leaving scars that can last a lifetime. As a society, we cannot turn a blind eye to the injustice. We must be vigilant in recognizing the signs of abuse and taking action to intervene and protect those who are at risk. Together, let's send a clear message that child abuse will not be tolerated in our community. Let us be the voice for those that cannot speak for themselves and the champions for their safety and well-being. Together, we can make a difference and build a brighter future for all our children. There are resources and information available to help at preventchildabuse.org. Moving forward, we also do have National Volunteer Month. Each year, the month of April is recognized as National Volunteer Month, and I'd like to use this time to recognize our citizens and our staff who keep all our organizations, programs, and services thriving. Without the dedication and passion of our city and community volunteers, many programs would not be possible. I urge our residents to find opportunities to volunteer with us, follow city news and information, and watch for opportunities to participate in events and programs like City Service Saturday cleanups organized by the Recreation and Community Service Department. Speaking of our city's volunteer events, our next one will take place on April 20th as we celebrate Earth Day and Arbor Day during a community cleanup. This event will provide volunteers with an opportunity to help beautify our parks with gardening, tree planting, fresh paint, and spruce up sections of Whittier Boulevard's corridor. You can sign up today for this exciting event at cityofmontebello.cogran.com. And lastly, we do have Arbor Day. April is also the month that we recognize Arbor Day. The history of Arbor Day dates back to the mid-1800s as pioneers began moving into the Nebraska Territory. During this treacherous journey, the lack of trees was felt deeply. Not only did the new residents miss the trees they left behind, they were also left without trees they needed as windbreakers to keep soil in place for fueling and building materials, as well as shade in the hot sun. Nebraska newspaper editor and resident of Nebraska City, J. Sterling Morton, had an enthusiasm for trees and advocated strongly for individuals and civic groups to plant them. Once he became secretary of the Nebraska Territory, he further spread his message of the value of trees. And on January 4th, 1872, Morton first proposed a tree planting holiday to be called Arbor Day at a meeting of the State Board of Agriculture. The celebration date was set for April 10th, 1872, which we have the honor of mentioning 152 years later to this day. It was estimated that more than 1 million trees were planted in Nebraska on the first Arbor Day. 2 years later, in 1874, Arbor Day was officially proclaimed by Nebraska's governor, as the day was observed April 10th for that year. In 1885, Arbor Day was named as a legal state holiday in Nebraska, and April 22nd was selected as a date for its permanent annual observance. Here in Montebello, we understand the importance that trees bring to our community. From cleaning the air to providing shade for young and old alike, our trees are a critical resource that we must recognize, help preserve, and grow in numbers. That is why I'm encouraging our residents to join us on Saturday, April 20th for the City of Montebello's community cleanup. Besides beautifying our parks with gardening and fresh paint, we'll also be planting new trees in our community. Again, you can register and join us for this exciting event by visiting cityofmontebello.cogran.com. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate that. Lots of presentations this April, so thank you for the patience. Moving forward, we do have one last presentation. Item number 8, Human Resources Protocols presentation by Liberate Cassidy Whitmore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. With certain changes in staff, it has become apparent that there were and are numerous personnel investigation matters being addressed by the City of Montebello. As a result of this, it was recognized that briefing the City Council on best practices and appropriate protocols on the roles of the various parties within a city organization would be valuable. This has led to an attorney who is a leader in making presentations related to investigations and HR protocols. Shailene Bennett is a partner with the law firm of Liebert, Cassidy, Whitmore, and has presented this type of review with numerous cities and public agencies statewide, including being a featured speaker at the League of California Cities annual conference. Tonight, Ms. Bennett will guide the City Council through her presentation entitled Intersection of Workplace Investigations and City Council. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Shailene Bennett.
Attorney, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for having me. It's my privilege to be here and have this conversation with you. I go up and down the state talking with city councils, talking with boards of supervisors, whoever will listen to me, about the issues of human resources and when your council, the governing body, is faced with the difficult issues of complaints coming to you from employees, from applicants, from vendors, contractors, citizens. When complaints come to you, your constituents want you taking care of them. They want you having an open heart, understanding, and what do you do with that? Or you're being accused of wrongdoing, or citizens are being accused of wrongdoing. When it comes to you, and it often does, what are those protocols? And I'm confident, Mayor and Council, that you are very familiar with the issues that I'm speaking to already. And so it is a reminder of what those protocols are. And this is that intersection. And the good news is I have condensed an 8-hour presentation down to just a few minutes. And of course, we'll take any and all questions. So we go through a few real-life hypotheticals. These are real scenarios that occur regularly that I see practicing in this area for 30 years. What your role is, and the theme of this time that I have with you is stay out. Do the best you can to stay out. It is in the best interests of your city to prevent legal liability. It's in the best interests of your employees. It's in your own individual best interest to stay out. So that'll be the theme on your role. The codes of conduct, what those do, how effective they can be. The investigation process, we'll go through that briefly. I highlight, this is alive and active. We are in great company. Well, I use the word great a little facetiously. Governor Andrew Cuomo, the Department of Justice in January determined that through an investigative process that he had sexually harassed and discriminated against 13 females over the course of 5 to 8 years. Tesla, you think Tesla knows what they're doing? Of course they do. $137 million verdict against Tesla. This is recent. That was reduced down recently in the last few weeks. These issues are very prevalent in both the public sector and the private sector. So we just discussed a few of the investigation processes. And then what happens at the end of all this? There needs to be consequences. We don't want any of this in your city, in the workplace of the city. So what are those consequences? Some of the hypotheticals are a department head comes to you with a sex harassment complaint against the city manager. Directly to you and says, council member, you must keep me updated on this investigation. I am being sexually harassed. You have to take care of me. What do? What's the theme of the night? You stay out. You're gracious, you're respectful, you listen, but then you push this to where it belongs, and that's what we're talking about, where it belongs, and that ultimately is human resources. A council member receives and social media, so active. Council member receives a social media post from an employee alleging, I've been discriminated against based on my disability, and this is from your public works director. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? You want to be compassionate. You want to do something. You want to respond. You want to engage. I cannot caution you enough to do everything you can to move it where it belongs, and that's your HR, your Human Resource Department. City Council member is advised by the city attorney that the city manager is accusing you of retaliation for your city manager engaging in free speech. This is a hot topic right now, free speech and retaliation for engaging in free speech. And again, if you haven't heard of these issues, that's wonderful. There is a decent chance that at some point in your tenures, these will hit your radar. So there are rules of the road to remember, and you need to be reminded of those rules of the road. If there is bad behavior by anyone, by your employees, your department heads, anyone, then the conduct must change. You as a council, as a majority of the council, need to do all that you can to show that as a collective body, that you don't condone the bad behavior. Consequences that show the city does not tolerate. So everyone has their role. A council member, an individual council member has their role, the collective body has their role, the city manager, the city attorney, department heads, supervisors, HR, personnel, everyone has their role, but what we're talking about is your role specifically. And just being very generally aware that we have controlling documents. They are the laws of the land. We have state and federal laws, case law. You have your municipal code. You might have resolutions, ordinances. We have our city personnel rules, the MOUs that apply to your bargaining groups, department policies, and ultimately, your council may have a code of conduct that you want to make sure if you don't have, that you consider adopting one. If you do have, that you consider updating it. Your city manager is legally the one that handles your day-to-day operations. And as the figurehead, that city manager is in charge of all personnel issues. Leave that to the city manager as best as you can. That is the command structure and the hierarchy within almost every municipality up and down this state. Your council, as I indicated, when it comes to these issues, try your best to stay out and stay within what I call your legal lane. The jurisdiction for these issues, again, is your city manager with the guidance of your city attorney. If you are acting alone, you are potentially creating legal liabilities for the city, for yourselves. You potentially lose your legislative shield of immunity. Sometimes it creates confusion. Who's the boss? If you are engaging in these personnel issues, employees might wonder, is it my supervisor, the department head, the city manager, or is it the council member? Who's my boss? And then we're creating, and let's be very clear, this isn't just legal liability for the city, but it's legal liability for individuals as well. So that is a very important point, is your fiduciary duty. Obviously, you know it's to your city and protecting the city, but in doing and engaging in these protocols that we're talking about, you're also protecting yourself individually. So if you are out there talking with employees, talking with applicants, vendors, contractors, volunteers, interns, all of them come under these laws. You could be making admissions against the city's best interests, so you want to be careful. It could jeopardize the integrity of the employee discipline appeal process if through this process in the appeals of discipline, employees ultimately may come to a governing body, so you don't want to do that. It could undermine the city's command structure. It could be an invasion of privacy. You want to be careful with labor relations. You're not speaking directly to bargaining groups or unions because that's direct dealing and bypassing the city's designated lead negotiator. Retaliation is a very active area of the law. You want to be very careful. It's employees engaging in protected activity, an adverse employment action, and then the employee says there's a connection between those two. It's a very active area. And then the issue of public employees have free speech rights. So you only want to be acting on matters within your jurisdiction. And again, that jurisdiction on personnel issues is your city manager. So you're only acting on matters within your jurisdiction. Typically, your employee is only the city manager or the city attorney. And you're only acting at duly convened meetings and the voice of one obviously gives way to the voice of the majority of the council. Ultimately, all of these issues are up to HR and legal. They take the lead and guide us through the investigation of workplace issues, and let them lead, and do not do anything that could be perceived by your employees as interference. You do have some mandated training, council, and I want to encourage you to make sure that you're in compliance with those mandated trainings, AB 1661, AB 1234. When HR comes knocking and asks you to, every couple of years, go through the harassment training, it's important. The laws are changing every year. What's the latest protected classification? The latest one, lawful off-duty cannabis use. So now in the California Government Code, along with race, creed, color, religion, national origin, disability, age, we have two new protected classes. One is reproductive decision-making rights, that was effective this year, and then also effective this year is lawful off-duty cannabis use. So the laws in California in this area are changing yearly, annually. It's really important that you keep up with it, because the law does charge you, council, with having a baseline knowledge of what is and isn't unlawful when it comes to harassment, discrimination, retaliation, what those protected classes are. The perceptions can be actionable. In California, we also train on bullying. And making sure that in your city, bullying is not tolerated, nor is abusive conduct by colleagues, by supervisors, or anyone. So I do encourage you on the mandated 1661 training, please make sure that you are in there, and you're in there every couple of years. What do we think, council, is the #1 litigated protected classification right now in the state of California? Is it race? Is it gender? Gender identity, disability, none of the above. Age, age. And what's the magic age? Who is now who is protected at what age? 40. So anyone who's 40 is extra protected because you're considered an older worker, an Older Worker Benefit Protection Act, and you have extra protections at 40. And at 40, the California Supreme Court has said we cannot use words like grandpa, grandma, dinosaur, 8-track, don't call anyone 8-track, and even words like sluggish, lethargic. Age is the most litigated protected class right now. Again, these are changing laws that California says governing bodies have to make sure they're aware of. Also, to always go through your biannual mandated ethics and conflict training, making sure that you are reminding yourselves of those basic tenets of personal interests, disclosures, when you have to recuse, bias and fair process, incompatible offices, confidential information, Brown Act, etc. Do you have to memorize these laws? Of course not. The law just says, council, you need to be aware of being able to spot issues. That's it. But you are legally obligated to know when to spot issues. So we want to make clear what is expected of you through these trainings. We remind you of these issues so you can follow up where you need to follow up. City attorney, city manager, HR. And if we've got a code of conduct, again, if you don't have one, get for your council, have one created. If you have one, have it dusted off. It might be typewritten from 1982. Get them updated. Again, those codes of conduct make sure that if there are any issues where you're involved, that we have a process we can follow. So that we're not violating the Brown Act. We might have an ad hoc committee that helps update these codes. And when I go and help out governing bodies with updating their codes, we do it in open session. We solicit everyone's input on what rules our governing bodies should be held accountable for. Know that when it comes to anything in the workplace, that city employees, applicants, vendors, et cetera, everyone's covered by this. For discrimination, harassment, and retaliation claims, we must investigate. We don't have an option. It is required that we take all reasonable steps to prevent discrimination and harassment from occurring. Those reasonable steps are an investigation. The investigation must be prompt. It must start promptly. The DFEH, now it's called the California Civil Rights Department, says 2 days. Investigations have to start in 2 days or within a week. And they must conclude promptly. Those investigations must be prompt. We had a case, it was Mendoza versus this Western Medical of Santa Ana. There, the investigation was not started promptly, not concluded promptly. The investigation was flawed on a number of levels, and the court said there was legal liability for a flawed investigation. The investigation has to be thorough, fair, and basically all of this is due process. It's that formal way of saying that we've got to investigate these issues in a fair manner. And that fair manner includes interviewing the complaining party, interviewing the person who's accused of wrongdoing, interviewing witnesses, gathering documents, doing all the work necessary. And we reach a reasonable and fair conclusion based on all the information we gather. Who do you choose to investigate? Council, if one of you are accused of wrongdoing, I would strongly encourage your city not to use someone internally, but to use an outside investigator. Because someone internally, technically in the hierarchy, you're at the top. So we wouldn't want someone in the hierarchy beneath you investigating you. So we would go outside for anything related to council. When it comes to individuals in the hierarchy that are at lower levels, we might have HR conduct those investigations. But whomever it is, those investigators must be, and the law says they must be impartial. They cannot have conflicts of interest. They cannot have bias against the individuals who are bringing the complaints or the accused. If they are not impartial, your investigation is flawed. It is flawed, and technically, there are cases where that investigation can be thrown out. So you want to choose your investigator so that it shows we sincerely want to get to the root of the issue, we want to resolve the issue, and we do that with someone who is impartial and not biased. There are times when individuals make strategic complaints. You can imagine in 30 years, I have seen employees who make complaints of harassment, discrimination, retaliation, who are using it as a manipulative way to try and get out of discipline or get out of their being shown the door, and they say, I'm being harassed before they're walked out. It is possible one or more of you may use, and nothing personal to you, I've seen it in a number of places, may use one of these complaints against another council member as a political sword. So we've got to understand, sometimes these complaints are not righteous, sometimes they're brought for reasons other than truly wanting to get to the issue. And in those situations, you are guided at all times, again, by city attorney, city manager. And we make sure through this process there's no retaliation, because ultimately you are the top of the mountain, you are the example, you are who we look to. So we are all eyes are upon you as we go through this process together. When we're done with an investigation, we follow your city's rules as to how we're communicating the results of the investigation to anyone who's complained. There might be corrective action, but we're not disclosing to the individual who complained what that corrective action is. That would be confidential personnel matters. The individual who's accused, typically what we do is we make very clear to them if the allegations are sustained, that there will be, if it's an employee, some form of discipline. If it's a council member, the next slides go through what happens there. But with employees, we have a whole process of letting them know through Skelly and a notice of intent that they're going to be disciplined. Anyone else who wants to know, they don't get to know, and they shouldn't know, because there are significant privacy rights related to these workplace investigations. And as much as the public, other employees, or anyone else wants to know, we have to safeguard legally privacy rights of all individuals involved. We just make sure we let everyone know there's no retaliation. Ultimately, if there's a lawsuit, it's possible that the investigation report is discoverable. and we have to turn it over. It is also possible these investigation reports go out through California Public Records Act requests. Grand juries, I've had them request. Fair Political Practices Commission, I've had them request. If it gets to litigation, all of these venues become fair game in this process, and I have seen. Again, with the post-investigation, if it's an employee who's accused of wrongdoing, we investigate, the allegations are sustained, we must be disciplining the employee. If it's a council member or a board of supervisor or a trustee, any governing body, and allegations are sustained of wrongdoing against you, what we typically see is a censure resolution. It's possible there could be removal from committees. And it can be an open session. It can be in closed session. Typically, the individual accused recuses themselves. They do have generally due process rights. Governing and elected generally do have some due process rights. But there is a process that we go through when all of this is done to make sure that the city is sending a strong message that we don't tolerate this in any form at any level. There has to be accountability if the trainings and code are disregarded. Codes of conduct spell out the process for the complaints. I've seen it where it's referred to the city council for an initial legal assessment. And again, there's a fact-finding process, potentially ultimately referral to the full council. And with the city council, to end on a positive note, it is possible with consequences that elected individuals can be removed from office. There can be temporary restraining orders. And again, the Fair Political Practices Commission and grand juries do get involved. So I do thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me this opportunity to speak on these basic human resource protocols, encouraging you at all times to do what I call pass this hot potato to where it belongs, and that's your city manager, your city attorney, and HR. Any questions, Mayor, Council?
First off, just thank you so much for the presentation. I will go ahead and just go down roll call today with Councilmember Torres. Do you have any questions, comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Bennett, for the presentation. You know, going through some of these slides and just seeing this heavy emphasis on the last half of the presentation here on due process, I do have a few questions of what due process means in some investigations. You talked about how some of these investigations get started. You know, everyone's staying in their lane, that certain individuals are, you know, responsible for kind of getting this kick-started. I was just curious if if a potential claimant can direct the selection of the investigating attorney.
Generally, in my experience, that's a no. The investigator needs to be someone who is completely impartial, no conflicts of interest, no bias, and if we have anyone that is involved in the process, whether it's the complainant, whether it is the respondent, if they are involved in the selection of the investigator, there becomes a perception of impartiality, and that then cuts against the requirement that these investigations be fair. I don't know if I answered your question, Council Member.
Yes, and in your response, your words came to mind that if that investigator isn't impartial, that basically can debase the credibility of the investigation, and there's a potential that the whole thing could be tossed out based on that conflict.
That's correct.
That potential is there. Also, going down this line of fair investigations and due process, you mentioned that these investigations should be prompt, that they start immediately, that they conclude expeditiously. I'm just curious, like, what that time frame generally means. I mean, I understand that this is extremely fact-specific on the number of claims that there are, how complex those claims are, but if I could throw a number out, if there is, if an investigation takes 6, 7, 8, 9 months, like at what point, in your opinion, would you start to say like that the city may run into issues of having that expedient investigation.
Sure. And why the law says this must be prompt is if it's not prompt, it reflects that the agency doesn't take the situation seriously, whether it's from the individual who's complaining or individuals complaining or the individual who's waiting because they've been the accused. So again, very fact-specific, very much the attorney response of it depends how many people are complaining, how many allegations there are. Were there delays because individuals were out on medical leave? Were they legitimate delays? But in my general experience, if an investigation's going on for more than 2, potentially 3 months, that's too long. I have a personal hard and fast. If I'm past that 5, 6, 7, I am now on the downward of my investigation being a solid investigation because that's taking too long. And that's a very general.
Sure, thank you, and that's understood. Also, along this line of fair investigations, when some of these complaints arise, it's my understanding that generally the complainant, the subject of the investigation and the alleged target should be separated to the extent possible. I have this question that in this, as this is proceeding, does the subject of the investigation get any kind of notice of like what generally the offending conduct was? Because I imagine that if that's not provided, that it would be difficult for the subject to say like, hey, this is the conduct that should be abated.
Right. So again, under the concept that an investigation must be fair, it included in that fairness is the fundamental tenet that the accused, the alleged wrongdoer, must be provided with all the allegations so the individual has a fair opportunity to respond to all allegations, all charges, all assertions of misconduct. That is an inherent fundamental tenet of fairness and due process that is required in these investigations.
And along the same lines, in terms of any documentation that's related to that, I think I recall seeing in one of your slides that there is some kind of documentation that should be provided to the subject of the investigation. Could you characterize that a little bit more? What kind of documentation is provided?
You mean as far as the allegations?
I believe so. It was a few slides from the end here.
Okay, yes. So we believe that it is part of the fairness element and due process that an accused, someone who has been waiting for the results of this investigation, that at a minimum they be told that the investigation's concluded, if the allegations are sustained or not sustained, and that they, and if sustained, that they be afforded then due process related to whatever the consequences are of those sustained allegations.
And as these investigations are concluding, the information is being presented, can the alleged targets direct that presentation of what the complaints are? You know, as special counsel is providing their report, can one of the potential claimants, you know, influence how the information is presented?
Well, I'm not entirely sure what you're asking, but let me try and respond this way. An impartial investigator interviews individuals, and that's what they do as part of the investigation. They interview them. They should not have any other contact with the complainant, the respondent, or the witnesses other than the very narrow arena of an interview. Anything, any other contact outside of that interview, investigation interview, will easily be determined to be influencing unduly and inappropriately influencing and biasing impartiality. So it creates a negative perception.
And thank you very much for your answers here. Just one final question to kind of sum up these things. If the subject of investigation if, we find lapses in due process in various kinds of ways. What challenges does the city face from that point? We talked about the investigation potentially being thrown out. Are there other consequences or penalties that the city can face?
Well, yeah, it is, all I can respond there without me having a conflict of interest is that an investigation has to be fair. And if it's not fair, then typically what I'm recommending is that we're talking about an investigation that overall was not conducted fairly, either be setting aside and the matter being concluded, or going down a new investigation that is fundamentally fair. But as far as any legal liabilities related to this, I can only highlight that investigations that are not fair, that do not follow the protocols that I've generally outlined, creates legal liabilities. That's all I can indicate.
Thank you, and I appreciate the sensitivity to that. Again, thank you very much for your presentation. I have no other questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Melendez, do you have any comments or questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just thank you for the presentation. Thank you for not making it 8 hours. I think we all appreciate that. When we go to conferences, we typically get some type of training or educational portion of this that looks, there's some similarities, and I just want to focus. Just have one question in regards to kind of the due process. Is it kind of typical? Let's say there's some type of investigation, and there needs to be some type of there might be a potential threat or whatever the case might be. Is it typical that after the post investigation, that's when the remedy might come in, or maybe if the allegations are sustained, where there has to be some type of corrective action that needs to be? Is that typical, or is there different
That's
situations?
required. So that's required. If we had a fair investigation, the protocols were followed as we've indicated, and we basically have a clean investigation, then if we have sustained allegations, the law requires corrective action.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Jimenez, do you have any comments or questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions. What happens in terms of, let's say a council member were to file a complaint against the city attorney, and the council majority would vote to allow the city attorney to recruit and obtain the investigator or the attorney to work on that claim?
So the person who's accused of wrongdoing is then the person who selects the investigator?
Yes.
I would be having significant concerns with that being a fair investigation.
Thank you. So what can we do in a case like that?
Well, on a go forward, you want to not do that. And then as far as what has already occurred, again, without knowing any specifics, without me providing any legal advice, an investigation that has these flaws and is fundamentally unfair, if that's where maybe legal opinion provided that the investigation was not conducted appropriately, it's put aside. And it is not utilized for any purposes. And then a discussion is had as to whether or not there's a new investigation and it's done appropriately and per the protocols I've discussed.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you for that. But what happens in a case where they do continue with the investigation as it is again?
And so there I can't comment because our firm represents the city and I can't have a conflict of interest, but I can indicate, as I did at the beginning, that there could be legal liabilities for the city.
Okay, thank you. My other question, what happens in the case where there's the city manager and who is acting as the HR director, and there's a complaint filed by him or her, who do they file the complaint with since they are the acting HR?
Right. So in those very delicate situations that you're describing, we first go to your city attorney. If your city attorney, we have no perception of bias or issues of impartiality related to your city attorney, then the city attorney helps shepherd and guide that process through. Your city attorney may have no bias or issues or conflicts there, but may say, I need to step aside. And so typically then outside counsel is brought in to shepherd the process through to make sure these protocols are followed. You need it to be neutral, you need it to be impartial, and if individuals internally who are involved in selection of the investigator and moving the process through, it creates at a minimum a perception that the process is not fair and is not impartial.
And what happens if it's the same city attorney that, again, appointed the legal counsel to investigate their own claim?
Again, I would want outside attorneys coming in and guiding your counsel so that any issues of anyone having conflicts or biases or issues of partiality, that we don't have those issues, that we scrub it clean by having outsiders come in and help shepherd the process through.
Is the city attorney allowed to act as an investigator?
Potentially, a city attorney could. Most of my city attorneys don't want to do that because they want to maintain their role as a legal advocate. They can't be both a witness and an advocate, so usually they recuse themselves from being that investigator.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tamayo, do you have any questions or comments?
I very much appreciate this information. I know we here at City Council do face some of these situations that you have described. I don't have a specific question. I just, again, appreciate the information and hearing it over and over and taking this to learn on, what stands before us. So thank you.
Okay, and just to conclude, I do have some comments and questions. First of all, just thank you for the presentation. This is extremely crucial information for us to understand and really know as far as investigative processes and the roles that we play as well as others play in this. I do have several questions here based on some of the comments or some of the comments that you made throughout your presentation. Specifically for like corrective actions and devising those. Can those corrective actions be devised with claimants or can claimants be a part of those corrective actions that are devised?
I would recommend against that. I would strongly recommend against that. As an employment law attorney who works with investigations regularly, I haven't seen a situation where a claimant is involved in that. A claimant might be asked, well, how would you like to see this resolved? But they should not be directing how it's resolved.
Okay, noted, thank you. I know you really harbored in on the importance of fair investigations and the practice and procedures of that. How might the exclusion of witnesses that might be sympathetic to a potential subject undermine this undermine an investigation?
The investigator has complete discretion who to interview, and the investigator determines who is relevant. So the investigator might determine that individuals who are sympathetic to one person or another, investigator might determine they're not relevant. It is all up to the investigator and who the investigator believes is relevant to the allegations. So if the investigator determines that that a witness has said is sympathetic or is relevant, if that investigator makes a determination they're not relevant, that investigator must be able to prove that they weren't relevant. And so it then becomes incumbent on the investigator to show, basically show her or his work, why that person wasn't interviewed.
Got it, thank you. And also just to wrap it up, in regards to the participation as council members in this process, if a quorum of council members participate in the process and are witnesses as well, how does that play out? Or is that appropriate or not?
If a quorum of the council are witnesses,
If they're part of the investigation, can they
Yes.
be a part of investigation?
right, so if the council are, a majority of the council are witnesses, then they're witnesses, and they need to be interviewed, and they're part of that process. The issue then becomes, ultimately, after the investigation's completed, then do we have a majority of the council or a quorum, whatever it is, that is able then to potentially implement corrective action because they are not biased or conflicted out, they have to recuse themselves. Generally, a quorum can be witnesses, and at the end of the day, we have sustained allegations, a quorum would be able to implement whatever corrective action is needed. It's just that one individual who's the complainant and that one individual who's the respondent, at a minimum, the respondent is probably going to have to recuse him or herself, at a minimum. But the rest of the governing body generally is then able to effectuate whatever corrective action you need to do, even though you were witnesses.
Understood. Thank you. That does conclude my questions. And so I do appreciate your time and bearing through us through the presentation portions of today's meeting.
I have one more question, if I may.
Go ahead.
So in any cases that you've seen, have you ever seen any corrective action taken before the allegations were substantiated through an investigation?
That shouldn't occur.
Thank you.
Yeah, that shouldn't occur.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I appreciate you listening.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And so moving forward, give me 1 second here. Okay, moving forward, we do have staff communications on items of community interest. Oh, no, prior to that, apologies. We do have public comments. So if our city attorney can please read the statement of oral communications. Excuse me, sir, we're trying to conduct a meeting and cannot take interruptions.
Ms. Bennett, thank you very much. You don't need to, thank you so much.
Okay, moving forward with our public comments, if we can please get the oral statement of communications.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. At this time, it's public comments on non-agenda items. Anyone who wishes to address the City Council would have already had to turn in a speaker card to the City Clerk's office. We have a 30-minute period for this first initial public comment time, and if they're not concluded in the first 30 minutes, then they'll be continued on until the end of the agenda. Each speaker will have 3 minutes per speaker. And do we have comments on non-agenda items?
Yes, we do.
Okay, move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. First speaker is going to be Liam Henderson, followed by Fiona Ramers.
You guys don't listen. When the lady said she came here, she was warning you. It's in your nature to ask questions. Right now, she doesn't want you to ask questions. The questions you were asking her were inappropriate. They were wrong. Don't ask those questions. Because what she's trying to tell you is stay out of it. But every time you ask a question, she's looking at you and thinking of something else. So every time you say something, you open your mouth, you bring yourself in. You want to keep yourself out. If you're out of it, you're out of it. I'm just saying, I'm just mentioning that. I have been a location scout and safety officer in the film industry for over 30 years. There's something that brought me here. I didn't just show up one day out of the blue. I was brought here by the staff at the Women's Club of Montebello. Yeah, I was brought here by the staff of the Women's Club of Montebello. I had been a location scout in the film industry, and my wife had passed away in 2019, and then COVID hit, and my business is tanked, and it's hard to say that, but I went on with life, and I found myself in San Gabriel with my 2 dogs. I've had dogs my whole life, so I have 2 dogs right now, ESA. And I am your person in your society that is being abused because of my dogs. My dogs are ESA, I have the Fair Housing Act, but I've been stuck in a sewage situation in your town for 9 months. I want out. And I got a board of people that are lying. They're just the worst. Okay, listen. Why is there a man that has cancer and he's the face of a women's club and the women hide in the shadows? I wanted to tell you that I love this town. When I grew up in South Pasadena. I came back after my life was just destroyed, and I came back to my hometown to regroup. And I came to Montebello, and I was invited here, and I thought I was going to be of like mind. And on a positive note, I want to go on a positive note, but that last display of what you guys were doing was crazy. This town is wonderful. You have great services. You have great people, okay? The park is an amazing place. I'm a senior citizen. I go to the senior center. But listen, I was brought here by a board of people, and then with 1 week after being brought here to rent that cottage, and I was thinking like, nonprofit, have a little coffee shop, do some thrift store stuff, but I had sewage that would seep from 4 days to 6 days to 10 days. I have 36 days of sewage in my apartment out of 90 for Jerry Ryan, the property manager who knows nothing about property management. I did property management for 25 years. The man knows nothing, okay? He's ignoring the signs. He's ignoring, it could have been fixed the first week. He went 90 days, still not fixed, okay? I have pictures of sewage. My dog is bleeding internally because of it, okay? And he is abusing me, harassing me, and I'm coming to you to tell you, I want him off that board. You know what you should do? These are guardians of a piece of structure. It's 80 years old. My grandmother raised me to go to, we went to church and then we go to Huntington Library. I'm a location scout because I love architecture. I love this building. She's a famous building, but I don't know what you guys got going on here. There's lies, there's deceit, there's tons of stuff going on that's really beyond me. But I was brought here, and after 36 days, they offered me his job because they told me they brought me here. They knew who I was and what I did. That's wrong. So anyways, I'm gonna do my thing, you do your thing, okay? And you get me out of this situation, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Every time I come, this is.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson, but your time is up. Thank you.
What I'm saying is the county owns that property, and you guys vote on the county.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Fiona Reimers, followed by John Verdugo.
Good evening, Council. I'm Fiona Reimers, the manager at Chet Hollerfield Library, and I just wanted to thank Council members Torres and Jimenez for showing up to our solar eclipse event on Monday. It was a great success. We gave away about 200 pairs of eclipse glasses, and lots of people stayed, and there was a nice community feeling in the parking lot there, so thank you very much. Also wanted to inform you that we do have a computer basics class happening next week. It happens every month, and this month's subject is on how to use email. So very, very basics. And as always, we have our wonderful story time for ages 2 to 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fiona. Next speaker.
Next speaker is John Verdugo, followed by Tila Gregorian.
Hi, my name is John Verdugo, and Hi, my name is John Verdugo, and I'm the executive director of the Israel Foundation. I grew up here in Montebello. I graduated from Vail High School. Louder? I graduated from Vail High School, and I'm a homeowner in the city of Montebello, as well as a property owner. I'm here today to share with you my views on the restrictions that you impose on a city councilwoman. I understand that politics can get very rough sometimes, and but when restrictions are imposed on elected officials that directly impact the voters, to have their representatives speak or participate in committees that may impact their specific areas, I would personally, respectfully request that you reconsider it, that you guys learn to get along. Because I know you guys sometimes get into it for the benefit of the city, and I can respect that. When I look up at the council, I'm inspired by seeing all these young faces. I'm proud of all of you, yeah? I ran for city council myself about 10 years ago. I personally walked to about 3,500 houses. I probably met 7,000 residents here in Montebello. I think I lost the election by about 100 votes. I think I got like 3,200 votes. And since that time, I have kept in touch with about 600 to about 800 residents here in the city of Montebello, which are high propensity voters. And I usually get a bunch of emails and texts about what's going on in the city, but I've never really felt the motivation to come up here and speak, because I've always felt that you guys are doing a fantastic job. But, I think that you should consider how you're treating her, because you're not going to be in the majority forever, right? And things kind of swing both ways. And if this was you and somebody filed an allegation against you, would you want to be stripped of everything prior to an investigation? I don't know. I just recently spoke at the Los Angeles Police Commission behind a assistant chief of police who similarly went through a process like this. There was an allegation, they demoted him to a commander, they took his gun away, and they really put him up to get fired without an investigation. Now the investigation has concluded that there is no evidence against this particular person. And now what's going to happen? Now the city council, I also spoke at the city council of Los Angeles as well as the police commission, and I'm here to speak on Angie Jimenez's behalf, because I just feel that it's a little overreach, and I would really appreciate if you guys just consider what I'm saying, take a look at this, and if you got an issue, man, handle it on the street, during election time, yeah? Why bring all kinds of extra stuff and then restrict the council people to really do their job? I appreciate you guys. I respect you guys. When I ran for council, I never, ever said anything negative about any of the council members that I ran against.
Thank you, Mr. Abravanel.
Thank you, I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Next speaker is Tila Gregorian, followed by Adriana Dugan.
Madam Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
The gentleman's comments and what may be some of the public's comments here, I feel are probably more appropriate during an item that's later on in the meeting. I would ask that public comments be on items that are not on the agenda, and that comments that are, about any kind of, as the gentleman here was saying, be reserved when that item is considered. And so I would ask for your assistance and the clerk's assistance to ensure that order.
Yes, thank you. If we can just please ensure that non-agenda item comments are made at this time. Our residents always have an opportunity to speak again when the items of interest are being handled. Thank you, Thank you, Councilor Torres. Mr. City Clerk, you can please proceed.
Yes, so we have Tila Gregorian here, and followed by Adriana Dugan.
Thank you. My name is Sheila Gregorian, resident of Montebello for many, many years. Most of my life, I guess I would say that. I came here when I was very young and made this my home. And my children were born and raised here. And other family members have great friends, live in a great neighborhood. But I want to say that I was very disappointed with my council members last year, with you specifically, Scarlett telling Angie that she could not speak. I don't know that we have queens in our city. I know we don't elect any queens, but I think that you were so rude and so inappropriate by taking her voice away. She was an elected official. Her district voted her in. She represents a district. Now you've taken their voice away because you don't like what she says. Well, you know what? We don't like what you say either. So we're going to take you away. No, we're going to let you use your First Amendment right, freedom of speech. And I think living in the United States of America, you need to reread your Constitution. And the First Amendment right is the freedom of speech. I don't know why you think you can take an elected official's right to speak away from her. It's ludicrous. And I don't know, Arnold, how you could allow that to happen. It's unheard of. I've been to council meetings here for many, many years. I've gone through a lot of council members. Some I dearly love and still keep in touch with. Others, I wonder what they were doing there. It is so inappropriate to not allow our council member to speak. I, for one, will go out campaigning this election year to get you out of office because I think you do not have a place in our council. And certainly not, I don't know why you got such a big head when you became in charge of the council. You work for us. You are employees of our city. We are the taxpayers, and we are the ones that elect our officials. You work for us. You do not have the right. We do not have a queen in our city, nor do we want one. And to take her First Amendment right away from her, I would think you need to read your Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gregorian. If we can please have our next speaker.
Yes, Mayor, before we bring up the next speaker, I do want to note that our staff did receive these current speaker cards as non-agenda item that were marked down.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Adriana Dugan, followed by Linda Nicholas.
This is for my non-agenda item. Hello, my name is Adriana Dugan. I'm the Executive Director at the Montebello Chamber of Commerce, and I'm excited to announce that we are having our Community Expo, again, May 4th. It will be at the shops at Montebello. I encourage the City Council to please share that with our businesses, our residents. It's a great event. It's a fun event. It's at the shops at Montebello Center Court. It's a great opportunity for our businesses to share their business with our community. The traffic, foot traffic is excellent. It's a great place to be. And our community really needs it. Last year, we had our event coming to the shops after the pandemic, and it was a great success. Our theme is a luau theme. Everybody gets creative, everybody decorates their booths, and I'd appreciate the support of the City Council to please be there. It's May 4th, it's from 12 to 4, and it is at the shops at Montebello. Thank you so much, and if you need any more information, it's at themontebellochamber.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dugan. Can I have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Linda Nicholas, followed by Rosa Tamayo.
Oh, Adrian, no, those aren't your glasses. Somebody left their glasses here. Good evening. My name is Linda Nicholas, co-founder of Match 90640. In case you don't know what Match stands for, it's Montebello Activists to Clean House. Our group did it once, and we need to do it again with the corruption involving you three. I'm appalled with our Montebello police officers not being recognized tonight for the great job they did keeping our community safe. On Monday morning at 5:30 a.m., they were called out regarding armed men going to a home with the purpose of robbing, and since they were armed with guns, I believe at all costs planned to cause harm. 7 men were seen on cameras, putting on hoodies, getting their guns cocked and ready. Thank God the neighbors were out of town, or it could have resulted in someone being shot or maybe losing their life. Our wonderful police officers responded, blocking off the street, causing robbers to flee down the hills running, dropping diamonds, purses, guns. Our great PD caught fleeing criminals within 3 hours time. They were behind bars, and our community continued to be safe. This, Madam Mayor, is the reason why you give a proclamation to be awarded for acts of heroism. I would ask this council to please present those officers that put their lives in the line of duty in danger to be awarded a proclamation. I think they earned it. Councilmember Jimenez, I sincerely hope that you have an attorney and sue for the wrongful way your rights were terminated and restricted. Also, please tell your attorney, Mr. Alvarez, AKA Alvarez Resendez, had numerous complaints against him filed in Sacramento when he was at the Senator Rendon's office by females as his aide. Yes, he has a problem working with women. You can substantiate that. So why did you change your name after you left Linwood, Mr. Alvarez, AKA Alvarez Resendez? Are you trying to hide something? Most people don't change their names unless they're criminals. Please include City Attorney Eleanor Glassman in the lawsuit. For not protecting the city, he gets paid over $1 million in his contract. His actions publicly regarding Mr. Chi are also going to cost the city millions of dollars. Despite you, Councilwoman Jimenez, begging Glassman to stop what they were doing because it was illegal. All Glassman did was look down, protecting his 3 votes. Well, listen very carefully tonight. The residents are disgusted and want you 4 out. The group formed before to make changes will succeed again in November. That's only if you are not criminally indicted first.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nicholas. If we can please have the next speaker.
Next speaker is Rosa Tamayo.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mayor Scarlett Peralta
Mayor Scarlett
y
Peralta.
miembros del concilio, soy Rosa Tamayo.
I'm Rosa Tamayo.
Y les quiero decir que los vouchers que ustedes dan de la ciudad no son aceptados en las facilidades de las viviendas.
I want to tell you that the vouchers that you give us as a city are not accepted within the housing.
Y tampoco los del condado
And
en las
neither-
facilidades.
And
¿Por
neither for the
qué?
county.
Porque no les da la gana a los que tienen las facilidades de vivienda. Y he estado investigando todo esto yo.
Why? Because the ones in the housing are not favored and they're investigating all this.
Ya les había dicho la vez pasada que qué estaba sucediendo. Así que ustedes son responsables de mantener vouchers en la ciudad
I
de
told you this last
Montebello.
time. And you are the responsible for maintaining the vouchers within the city.
Aquí en esta ciudad de Montebello hay un promedio de 3,000 niños y adolescentes y adultos o más multiplicados de personas con discapacidades, y ya se las he dicho muchas veces, traigan más negocios. No han traído negocios ustedes.
Here within the city of Montebello, there's 3,000 children, adolescents, as well as adults with disabilities, and you have not brought.
Para
for the
poder
health
así tener una inclusión en la ciudad.
in order to be able to have an inclusion within the city.
Yo siempre he trabajado con la inclusión y también con diferentes educación técnicas o carreras de diferentes técnicas que se necesitan con los estudiantes con discapacidades.
I've always worked with the inclusion and the different various careers and skills of the students with disabilities.
Por esta vez, la familia que estuvo aquí, sabemos qué está pasando. También, ya les dije la otra vez, el hecho de que concejal Jiménez no haya votado por el city manager Raúl Álvarez, no tienen el derecho de ignorarla. Ella es la patrona de ustedes.
It's the
El
family
city
as well, and
manager-
the fact remains, and also to bring your attention that Mr. Jimenez, Councilmember Jimenez, based on what Mr. Raul Alvarez
y del abogado. Póngame atención, abogado, por favor, no esté en el teléfono.
And the attorney, please pay attention, Mr. Attorney, don't be on the phone.
Saben que ya estoy un poco enojada y yo se los he dicho. Y
No,
yo
madam.
puedo hacer un clasud porque hay muchas cosas que se tienen que cumplir en esta ciudad.
You know that I'm a little angry because there are many things that need to be
Pero yo me
accomplished
voy
within the
muy
city.
suave. Y solamente les estoy diciendo que el Distrito 5 paga mucho tax y tienen un jueguito aquí que a mí no me está gustando.
And I just want to tell you, the District 5 pays a lot of taxes, and you're playing a little game here that I'm not liking.
Que algunos de ustedes encaminan las demandas para que el abogado Álvarez Glossman tenga más dinero. Y eso no se lo vamos a permitir ya.
And some of you are leaning the way that some of the demands that the attorney gets more money, and we're not going to allow that anymore.
¿Tienen ustedes un interés especial para todas estas demandas? Porque son muchos millones los que se están pagando.
Do you have special interest in those demands? Because there are many millions that are being paid.
Y más demandas. Él encantado de haber nacido y de haber estudiado abogado, pero la cosa es que se está sacando el dinero de la ciudad.
And more lawsuits because the money's been put out, more money's been put out of the city.
Y yo quiero decirles que trabajen con ética para no tener estos conflictos de intereses.
And I just want to tell you to work ethically so you won't have any conflict of interest.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Tamayo. If we can please have our next speaker.
Mayor, that does conclude all speaker cards for non-agenda items.
Okay, so moving forward to item with staff communications on community interest, if there are any.
Yes, Mayor, Council Member, I have one item that I want to announce. I want to announce that on April 1st, Mr. Ramon Figueroa joined us as our new Human Resources Director. Mr. Figueroa joins us after previously serving as Acting Human Resources Director for the City of Santa Ana. In addition to Santa Ana, Mr. Figueroa brings over 27 years of human resources management experience working in full-service cities such as Anaheim and Ontario, as well as the Los Angeles County Community Development Commission. Academically, Mr. Figueroa has a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration from Cal Poly Pomona. He also has a certification as a CalPERA Labor Relations Master and is a certified mediator through the Orange County Human Resources Council. Overall, Mr. Figueroa brings substantial experience in the areas of MMBA, PERB, labor negotiations, and interpretations of MOU/personnel rules. I believe Mr. Figueroa will be a great addition to our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much and welcome, Mr. Figueroa. Moving forward, we do have a public hearing, and that is item number 10. Give me a moment here. So I believe we do have presentations, right,
We
for
do.
this?
We do have a presentation, but before we do that, I did want to make a couple corrections to the agenda. Item number 17 will be pulled for a presentation at this meeting. It was in consent calendar, and then item number 18 will be pulled for discussion at a future meeting.
Okay.
And we do have a presentation.
Great. Moving forward to item number 10, which is adopting environmental findings pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. We do have a presentation that will be done by Mr. Ronguala from the Ronguala Associates, as well as a second presentation. But first, we'll go ahead and have Mr. Ronguala.
I would like to do a quick introduction, if we could get the presentation up.
Absolutely.
I would just like to just say good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. First, I would like to thank you and the council for your continued support and leadership in allowing us to get to this point. This is a public hearing item to coordinate and consider the 2040 General Plan Update, the Downtown Specific Plan, and the Bicycle Master Plan. To provide some context, general plans are typically intended to serve as visioning documents for approximately 10 to 20 years. I'm confident that if we went back to 1973, our current general plan was appropriate for that time. But as Montebello has progressed over the last 51 years, so does its vision and need to plan for healthy growth, environmental justice, and economic prosperity. And I believe that the plans presented tonight are part of Montebello's evolution and demonstrate a community-driven process. There have been over 31 public meetings and countless hours of time to ensure that the process included a robust community engagement component. As articulated in the staff report, our team took community engagement very seriously. So with that said, we believe the 2040 general plan, again, the downtown Montebello specific plan and the bicycle master plan will help move Montebello forward into the future. And that future starts now. I would like to thank, once again, the City Council, our City Manager, the Planning Commission, my colleagues, the City Attorney's Office, our team in the Planning Department, the consultants led by Ringwall and Associates, and all those who participated in the process over the last 3.5 years. As you can imagine, this has truly been a labor of love, and we are excited and honored to be here tonight for consideration. Tonight's presentation will begin with Kaiser Ringwala, Ringwala and Associates. He'll be followed by Michael Sahimi, who will talk about the bicycle master plan. And then following tonight's presentation, staff will be available to answer any questions that you may have. And in closing, our team has been working really hard to showcase a video that we would like to showcase tonight. And this relates to our economic prosperity plan that will be presented to the council in its final form next month. So with that, I will hand it over to Kaiser. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Palombi, for such a great introduction.
Thank you, Director Plomby, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This is truly a momentous occasion, 50 years in the making. It only took 2.5 years to get to this point. I still remember the bus ride that many of us took to tour the city. And we were sitting in the back of the bus and we were discussing what the future can bring. But as Joseph mentioned, it's time to move up and drive this bus. I'm excited to make this presentation. There is no new information that I'm giving today. You've seen this presentation several times, but I will go through it quickly so you can, if you have any questions or the community has any questions, we can get to those questions. As you're well aware, the plan works at 2 scales, the entire city, which is the general plan, and then focuses on in the downtown area. There are 2 specific differences besides the geographic area. The general plan includes the entire city. The downtown plan also has a code. So it's not just a set of policies, but it also has a development code that is included with the specific plan. Again, it took 2.5 years to get to this point. We went to various steps, figuring out where the city was. We conducted surveys, had 31 meetings with the community. And these are public meetings besides the smaller meetings that we've had within the community. Just last month, we had one at the library, and the chamber hosted us very graciously to make a presentation to them as well. This is truly a historic moment in that you're not just updating your general plan, a comprehensive plan, which addresses a variety of issues, and you can see some of those up on the screen. It addresses economic development, it addresses health, it addresses open space, parks, the creative aspects, the cultural aspects within the city, transportation, land uses, but also you have the housing element. Now that's unique, to do the housing element at the same time you're doing your general plan, because you can address all of these issues and make sure housing is not just providing housing, but it's providing all of the supporting items that you need to enhance the quality of life. Now, it goes even further. We had the opportunity to work with the Parks Department as they were working on their open space and Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And it's a wonderful, excellent, and award-winning document. And we had an opportunity to coordinate. So all of these documents are 100% copacetic. That rarely happens. This is a one-time, you just had the eclipse, which was once in 3 decades. This is truly a momentous occasion and once in a lifetime that you can bring all of these things together and look at them in this cohesive manner. As Joseph mentioned, we've had numerous meetings, numerous public meetings in various settings, including a community charrette, a visioning charrette that many of you participated in. It was a week-long meeting that we were here. We brought our shop here within the community for a week, and we worked with the community to produce a visioning document for the city. Just quickly, again, this is very familiar with you because I've shared this with this body, these diagrams. But the concept became real clear. You have certain areas within the city that are stable, your industrial areas, your residential areas up north. But then you have these areas within your downtown and surrounding your downtown and on Washington that offer a lot of opportunity for reinvestment. And as we took a look at all of your assets within the community, we started exploring a green infrastructure that could tie all of these various assets within the city. Green infrastructure really using the networks that you have currently within the city that you are already using, the streets, the alleys, the sidewalks, but then also ones that are less used, like the Rio Hondo, which is your greatest potential within the community. More of that in a little bit. But as we looked at the areas of change, the areas around the downtown, we soon came to realize that it's really, the neighborhoods are stable. It's the corridors that offer the greatest potential, where you have a lot of sites that are either vacant or underutilized that can be redeveloped in the next 20, 30, 40 years. So we've focused in on those corridors in the downtown area. Washington Boulevard is another corridor, and then some large parcels along the freeway up north that offer potential for reinvestment and some growth. And this is a vision document that shows growth at built out. You're already at built out, but as we are anticipating looking at the corridors, we're looking at the next 100 years. Your city was incorporated on October 16, 1920, so we are 100 years plus. So we're looking out what happens to the city in the next 100 years. General plans typically look at 20-year increments, but in this case, we looked at 100 years and we're working back at 20, 25-year increments with the end in sight. So that's, again, a unique aspect to this general plan. And as I mentioned before, and as I was driving into town this evening on Beverly Boulevard, I noticed your gateway sign. And one of the things that struck me is the only icon that you have on your gateway is a rose. You're a city of roses. City of flowers. And that's how your city was known. And somebody brought this up at the community meeting early at the visiting charrette. Wouldn't it be great to recognize that aspect and celebrate that aspect of I'm glad it's not me, and that aspect of the city. So we looked at opportunities of how street trees, and the mayor mentioned about the Arbor Day. Street trees provide multiple benefits, of which holding the soil together, as the mayor mentioned, is one of the benefits. Another benefit is purifying your air, addressing your stormwater needs, creating a microclimate, creating enhanced areas, providing identity to the communities, and looking at and examining the green corridor, the Rio Hondo Channel, which is part of a 17-acre, 17-mile-long emerald necklace that connects a variety of regional resources. So it's not just a north-south corridor of trails that you currently have, but how we can look and examine and take benefit of some of the regional assets and connect to those regional assets in a non-vehicular manner. So this is, if you're interested in how much growth is being projected and where it's being projected, this is a diagram that we put in the housing element. And again, as we're working with the housing element and the general plan at the same time, it allows us to look at it in a comprehensive manner, saying what happens in the 8 years, and then what happens in the next 20 years. So we are anticipating this general plan horizon, adding 16,000 units, roughly about 360,000 square feet of commerce areas, that's non-residential uses, and then 104 hotel rooms. Another distinct part of this general plan is it looks at creating places, places that have distinctive value, neighborhoods that have distinctive appeal. So everything from open spaces, regional parks, regional trails, to residential neighborhoods, to urban areas like downtown, to transit corridors along Washington Boulevard, to the industrial areas that you have. It looks at land uses and the opportunity that those uses present in creating places of value. In the downtown area, the downtown is really anchored by two assets. On the west, you have the Montebello City Park with all of the rich and variety of land uses and amenities that are programmed in that park that happen throughout the year. And then on the east end, you have a lesser used asset, the Rio Hondo Channel. I say lesser because there is no connection. So this plan explores how you can connect the downtown to that wonderful asset that you have within the eastern edge. No, I said, correct myself, the eastern edge of your downtown. And then there were comments made during the community meeting that the downtown really needs a place where people can sit, where they can gather, where they can celebrate each other. So it identifies an area, and that specific area, the specific dimensions are to be worked out as opportunities present themselves, but it talks about it creating an open space, open plaza, a celebratory place just east of Montebello Boulevard. This is an aerial view, again, celebrating City of Flowers, having neighborhoods that have distinctive canopy trees that flower at different times of the year that provide identity. Not sure why that graphic is black, but it's a zoom in of the plaza area that terminates 7th Avenue at the current Bank of America site. The opportunities that that site presents with an aerial rendering, and the rendering, the illustrative plan at the top shows some of the developments that have already been entitled within the city, and some of the development that is in the pipeline, in addition to some development that could potentially occur in the next 20 years. Here's that connection that we were talking about. How do you connect the downtown to the Rio Hondo Channel? And what we are suggesting is, rather than having a small stair that goes down, perhaps it's a sculpture park, something that celebrates that connection and becomes an amenity in itself, a seamless connection between the downtown and the assets that you have. And Whittier Boulevard could become that celebratory corridor where you have your parades, your annual parades into town. And as I mentioned earlier, the downtown specific plan is not just a policy document, a policy framework, but also includes a code. And we want to make sure that the code is focused on all the right things. Typically, codes in our city focus on the private realm, the control of the private realm, which is what you can build, how much you can build, but there is very little attention paid to the public realm. The public realm is where we all enjoy the city, the streets, the open spaces. So this code specifically focuses on the public realm, the design of the public realm, the streets, the open spaces, but also discusses all of those items that you have in your existing code, which is land uses. But it does that in a much more business-friendly manner. It looks at the process and streamlines the process. So you have two charts to the very top right. The one on the left shows the existing process, and one on the right shows how you can streamline. You can examine that process and eliminate those items within your process that don't add any value. Most processes have value, and we're keeping them in place, but there are some items that just are causing delays, and we are recommending to eliminate those or to streamline those. Washington Boulevard really presents some unique and interesting opportunities because unlike Beverly and Whittier, where you have smaller parcels, Washington Boulevard has larger chunk of parcels that can be redeveloped certainly with the forthcoming transit line on Washington Boulevard. Now, just this morning, and I have to say, every time I bring this map up, Councilmember Torres reminds me of any updates this map, and that's great because that's what this map is. It's an incomplete map, and it will always remain incomplete. That you should update it all the time. Just sitting here in the audience, the person who got the recognition for music this afternoon, he should be recognized here as well. So you have this lot of talent and a lot of activity happening, and this celebrates that, and it talks about how you can leverage that for economic development as well. So you as a council are sitting on a portfolio of roughly $7 billion of assessed property value. That's your portfolio that you currently have, and that's the entire city. What this plan does is, in a period of 20 years, it is actually using very small portion of your city. It's using the corridors, it's using the downtown areas and some select parcels along the freeway and generating roughly about 80% of additional revenue over a 20-year period. So that's additional $5.7 billion of assessed value. Another thing that this plan does, and as Joseph mentioned, was equity. This assessment allowed us to get a better handle on what areas of the cities are contributing to the, particularly with the revenue sources. The cities, the more dense areas in the south are actually contributing more revenues because they're using the land more productively. And it makes a case for perhaps more investment, more interest, more facilities being programmed on the south end of the city. The housing element, and this is not just you and the Montebello city, but all over California, the housing elements have now to address discrimination and segregation. The federal practice of financing and the local practices of zoning that have segregated and discriminated are being addressed in the housing element, but then are also carried forward in the general plan. So you have a plan that is equitable, is long range, and is visionary, and is financially productive in how it uses land, and creates an enhanced area and better quality of life. I want to quickly go through this, but emphasize, because the general plan and the downtown specific plan are considered projects. Now, this is not something you're building today. Unlike a rezoning case where you have a developer who wants to build something, this is a program. This is a plan that you have, but we have measured the impacts. The benefits of this is because we are doing it at a program level, individual projects, if they comply, and if they're consistent with the general plan, they don't have to do this level of investigation. They don't have to do this level of environmental documentation. Why is that important? Let me just step back. The cost of doing an environmental documentation is roughly $250,000 now in this day and age. That's the incentive that you're offering in new development. Any major project within the city gets an incentive right off the bat of $250,000 because you've already assessed the impacts, unless they want to do it in excess of what's already been assessed. So that's huge. The final ERR points out some significant and unavoidable impacts. These are impacts to air quality. Air quality is not something that you control. It's a regional issue. Stuff that gets cooked in Orange County gets pushed here, and you have to deal with it. But as we mentioned before, you create a microclimate and you address that. Just a canopy of trees can make a huge difference in air quality, but can also provide other benefits. Cultural resources, potential historical resources. You currently don't have an historic preservation program. And I think this plan makes inroads and creates policies and strategies that call for gradually addressing historic preservation. But in the meantime, if you have a resource, we have safeguards in place in the downtown specific plan that require assessment so that cultural resources are protected. Noise associated with temporary, this is, if you're going to have construction, you're going to have noise, and that's temporary. These are all impacts that are associated with development that unfortunately, even with mitigations, cannot be totally removed or addressed. There are significant but mitigable impacts, the biological resources, cultural resources, tribal cultural resources. These are all mitigated through strategies and through policy statements that we have within the general plan, within the EIR, including noise. Effects that were found, that were studied, but found not to be significant. There were a variety of assessments that were conducted and that are part of your EIR, and this is just a list of those. There were two alternatives that we evaluated. CEQA requires us to not only disclose impacts, but also consider alternatives, saying, are there better alternatives than the plan that you're proposing? And in this case, we studied two alternatives. The first one was no project, which is things just keep moving as they are, right? The other one was we did a market study, and the market study had a range of development potential. We took the lower range rather than the mid or the higher range that we have in the general plan. And we studied that. With both of these, you still have those impacts. Air quality is still going to be what it will be, even if you choose not to develop anything. Traffic will still get worse, even if you choose not to develop, because your cities around you are developing themselves, and they are using your streets. So both of those alternatives considered, and then at the end of the day, your general plan with its growth is not only just meeting your development objectives, but it's also meeting a host of and a variety of other objectives that the city has. Economic development being one of them, but also public health, open spaces, cultural resources, and all of the other areas that we initially talked about. Just the EIR document had about 7 meetings that took place, starting from a scoping meeting, allowing people to, and community members to tell us what the issues are that they wanted to study. In this case, we took the highest possible analysis, which is the EIR document, and all of the issues were studied and analyzed. And then the public, once we had a draft document, we made it public, and the public review period was from 45 days. We received 5 comments. The issues that were raised were potential hazardous sites that you have within the city. They were just identifying them. We already know of these. So when development occurs there, those will need to be addressed. And then there were some active, idle, abandoned oil wells. Again, the cities knows about this. We've already addressed this in the document, but this is a state agency letting us know that, hey, you have these within your city. And there were no new impacts, significant impacts, as a result of these 5 comments that we've received. So with that, I will pause, and I'll pass it on to Michael Sahimi. On the EIR, I believe we have the director from RINCON who prepared the EIR document here. If you have specific questions pertaining to environmental documentation, she will be happy to answer those. If you have no questions, I'll pass it on to Michael Sahimi to present the bike master plan.
Hi, everyone. I think there's another presentation that should be popping up. Oh, yeah. I don't have it fully memorized, so because that's like, sure. Awesome. And then this switches? Perfect. Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Sahimi. I'm a senior planner with Kittleson. I'm really happy here tonight to talk to you about our work this past year on the bicycle master plan. We're packing a lot of information in a very short presentation, so I'm happy to take any questions as well. So we're basically going to go over what is a bicycle master plan and then kind of go over what the plan entails, which also matches up with what the process was through the past year. So big picture, what is a bicycle master plan? And there are three main components. The first one is that the bike plan is going to help the city enhance biking safety in ways that connect people to destinations. The second is the bike plan creates a network of low-stress routes for people of all ages and abilities. And this part is really key. We don't want to prepare a plan of bike lanes that really only serve kind of those confident Sunday morning, people decked out in spandex and high quality bikes. This should be a network that helps kids bike to school, helps parents with bike with their kids to the library, really be a network that lets people of all ages, all abilities really get to where they want to go. And finally, the plan is something that's sets up a network that helps the city be competitive for grants and regional funding. As we all know, infrastructure is really expensive. Costs just keep going up every year. And grants, but there are a lot of opportunities, federal, state, and regional, for the city to go and pursue money to actually build these projects rather than having to dip into general fund, for example. So helping make sure that this is a plan that can then be applied towards these grant opportunities that are, the Caltrans is every year, they're constantly taking gas tax money and helping redistribute it back to cities. So help make sure that Montebello is able to really grab onto those funds. So briefly, these next few slides kind of show the type of improvements that could be in a bike plan. The first one are shared use paths. The best example is the Rio Hondo Trail along the channel. These are completely separate from vehicles, so bicyclists and pedestrians can have that highest level of separation from car traffic. The next type is your typical standard bike lanes, as well as buffered bike lanes. The best example is along Montebello Boulevard, north of Lincoln. You have these bike lanes that provide just a little bit of separation with paint between cars and bikes. You also have protected or separated bike lanes. You're seeing a lot of these pop up throughout Southern California. These sort of bike lanes provide separation between cars and bikes, and this separation could be planters, could be parked cars, could be bollards. Again, just to provide some physical comfort between people biking and people driving. And they could also have bike routes or bike boulevards. These are streets where bikes don't necessarily have their own separate lane, but they share a vehicle lane with traffic. The best example would be streets such as, for example, on Maple, you wouldn't necessarily put in a bike lane, but you can put in treatments so that people that are biking along these local residential streets are able to bike comfortably without cars speeding through the neighborhood. But it's not just bike lanes. It's also things such as intersection crossing treatments. How often have you seen bike lanes that just kind of disappear at the intersection? If you're a kid trying to bike to school, all of a sudden it becomes a right turn lane, you may just ask your parents to drive you to school. So making sure that the bikeways are also treated well at the intersection. And then things like bike parking and bike wayfinding. We want people to be supported. So we don't want them to get to retail and they're like, oh, I gotta put my bike, to a tree. Like we wanna make sure that the full trip is supported. So make sure that the bike plan is holistic. And the bike plan also has programs and policies. Putting in physical infrastructure is only half the battle. Making sure that there's education, there's enforcement, there's programs to make sure that people are aware, for example, how to bike safely, whether it's handing out, helmets at open street events, making sure that the culture is there to support the improved network. So this next infographic is a little hard to read, but it kind of just shows the process we went through starting last year. The city's really lucky. Generally, these plans can take up to 2 years, maybe even more. But because of the general plan process, we're able to kind of piggyback off the work already being done and kind of start, 10 steps ahead. Apologies again, there's a lot of text on the screen, but we wanted to kind of highlight the vision and goals that we developed to help guide this process. So overall, and I'll try to paraphrase it, the city of Montebello will increase biking by being a place where people of all ages and abilities can conveniently bike to local and regional destinations. The city will provide safe and accessible bike facilities and supporting amenities to create a more welcoming and encouraging environment for bicyclists, cultivating a culture of bicycling as a part of the city's identity. So really covering kind of all the components of the bike plan, not just merely putting a map together and saying, here are the bike lanes in the city. So you can see on the screen, this currently shows what we have in the city. There's a lot of room for improvement. There are currently bikeways on streets such as Avenida de la Merced and Montebello Boulevard, but there's a lot of opportunity to really expand the network throughout the city. Through our outreach and our technical work, we try to identify some of those key destinations you want the bike plan to connect to. Things such as bus stops, schools, parks and recreation, rail stations, including the future L line station that's going to be at Washington and Greenwood. That's a key opportunity to make sure that the network does connect to future destinations. We also identified through our technical work barriers to biking. A lot of them may seem fairly obvious when you walk and drive and bike through the streets of the city. Things such as freeway ramps, those are a barrier to bicyclists. Rail lines, hilly topography. You may notice, when you go north of the city, there is a bit of an incline. If you're someone who's just learning how to bike, that could potentially be a barrier to people, especially when you're going downhill and there may be cars speeding past you. So both ways, there is a barrier to bicyclists there. So throughout the process, we did a multi-pronged approach to outreach. You may have seen some of the social media the city released with a flyer telling people about the survey, about workshops. We had a booth at the downtown street event in the summer, really make sure that kind of folks were aware that the survey's coming out. We also had a chance to meet with key stakeholders such as Caltrans and LA Metro. The freeways around the city do serve as a bit of a barrier to implementing bikeways. So we didn't want the city to prepare a bike plan and then have Caltrans see it for the very first time years from now when they're trying to implement something along, for example, the SR60 ramps. So making sure that if they had concerns or ideas about how we could have folks cross, for example, on Paramount Boulevard, make sure that the plan did take their concerns into account. We also had multiple workshops in the summer and in the fall. Had a chance for folks to really kind of get their pens out and really kind of tell us where they want to bike, where they're seeing barriers to biking. And we also had an online survey. The survey also didn't come with an interactive online map, so folks were able to really kind of pinpoint, this intersection is a barrier to me, or I really want to get to this shopping center, north of Montebello Hills, but I'm having trouble getting here. Kind of make sure that our network development did reflect everything folks were looking for. So this map on the screen, there's a lot happening, but this basically kind of shows the full long-term vision of the biking network in the city in the plan. And there's two different components to making sure that the network meets the needs of both confident bikers as well as people that may be learning to bike, such as kids and their parents. So on kind of those major arterial roadways, such as your Whittiers, your Beverleys, your Montebello Boulevards, we focused on providing on-street bike lanes that provided separation between vehicles and people biking on the street. We also complemented that with bikeways on kind of those lower speed, lower volume residential streets as well. For example, Bluff Road, Maple, Madison, kind of having those on-street bike routes where people can bike from Whittier to their school, to the library, to a park. And we also made sure, as Kaiser mentioned, there are some gaps in the connections to the Rio Hondo River Trail, so make sure that we also included that as well. And you can see from the before and after that, when you do look at that long-term vision of the network, it does provide a lot more coverage across the city to key destinations. Oh, there we go. But we also want to make sure, as I mentioned earlier, that intersections aren't overlooked. There are locations where, for example, people have to cross railroad tracks or SR60, or locations kind of with those free right turns where also the cars are crossing bikes at really fast speed. So the plan also looks at locations where those need to be improved as well. And we also provided, in the plan, it also includes recommendations on parking and wayfinding. That way, as the bikeway network is implemented, when folks do bike to a shopping center, they are able to find parking, or if they want to bike to the library or to a school, that full kind of trip is accounted for in the recommendations. As part of our network, we also prepared a subsection of the network to show the priority projects. As I mentioned earlier, resources are really tight in this day and age, and staff time is valuable. These projects cost a lot of money to implement. So we prepared a subset of the network where the city can really kind of focus their efforts on going after grant applications, on working with the community to kind of start putting together the bits and pieces of that network. And to help with that, the plan includes information such as daily user estimates, greenhouse gas emissions, cost estimates, all information which can then go into these grant applications that that SCAG, Caltrans, and the federal government release every year. And last but not least, as I mentioned earlier, the plan isn't just physical improvements. You want to make sure that the other half, kind of the programmatic component, is also covered. Everyone saw how that Downtown Street Fest was so well attended. Things like that kind of really get the conversation going, kind of get people more involved with, hey, how can the street look if we bike and walk more? So the plan includes recommendations on how the city can complement the physical improvements with improvements such as safety measures and working with schools to hand out helmets at safety events, make sure that the full range of improvements are there. And then, sorry, last but not least, this time the plan also does include information on funding implementation. Again, just make sure that the plan doesn't just sit on a shelf for 10, 15, 20 years, that when you start saying, okay, let's build that bikeway on Bluff Road, for example, how do we go about doing that? Kind of what are the right-of-way concerns? What are the partners you have to work with? For example, does the Army Corps of Engineers have to be brought in for the portions connecting to the river trail? Make sure that kind of the city has a plan to implement these improvements. I recognize I talked very fast, so I'll stop there and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I'll go ahead and go down roll call for questions and comments. We do have Councilmember Torres, if you have any questions or comments today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much to our presenters for the update this evening. Every time you guys come in, it's always an exciting time to see the ways that that we're getting closer and closer to realizing the general plan. I think this is more of a comment than a question. Before, I just want to make sure that the council is aware, and I continue to advocate for.
I'm so sorry, Councilmember, but I believe since it is a public hearing, I would just like to announce the opening of the public hearing at 9:22. Do we take public comments prior to council questions and comments? Mr. City Attorney, sorry.
Do we have any cards on this item?
Apologies, Councilmember Torres.
Yes, Mayor, we do have one speaker card.
Okay.
And then after that speaker card, we can open up to see if anyone else.
Perfect. Thank you. So we'll proceed with the public comment, and then we'll come right back to you, Councilmember Torres. Apologies for the interruption.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Adriana Dugan for agenda item 10.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Scarlett Peralta and council members. I am the Executive Director of the Montebello Chamber of Commerce, and I would like to express our full support on the City of Montebello Economic Prosperity Action Plan. I wholeheartedly applaud Mr. Jose Guardia and the city's economic development team for collaborating with the Montebello Chamber of Commerce's Economic Development Committee in working together with local stakeholders, property, and business owners to achieve growth in our city. Montebello Chamber of Commerce represents our business community from mom and pop shops to the industrial businesses. Our mission to promote local businesses has never been more challenging or more important than it is today, as we have been working to rebuild an economy impacted by COVID-19. Our communities and businesses were shuttered. Once bustled streets were oddly and eerily quiet, but our city of Montebello was tough and working together and flattened the curve. While we are not entirely out of the woods yet, our city is moving forward with the updating of the general and specific plan that will bring positive changes to our community. The Chamber has taken the time to start building for a better future and a stronger, more equitable economy through our involvement in reactivating our Economic Development Committee. The Economic Development Committee of the Montebello Chamber of Commerce is a group of leaders in the community dedicated to creating a vision and standard for development in Montebello that will achieve the long-term growth goals of the community. As business leaders, we recognize the critical role of the Chamber's guidance and resources that is provided to our businesses to serve in reviving an economy. In partnership with the city's economic development team, we will continue to do our part to find a long-term economic growth. Our businesses are the backbone of our city's economy. Our partnership with the city continues to be one of our major points of focus, assisting in the areas that deeply impact economic development, assisting, directing, and advocating for small businesses, business growth, and advancing in resources. Thank you to our mayor, city council, Jose Guardia and his team, Joseph Palombi also, and thank you to Nathan McCusker, Chamber Chair of our Economic Development Committee. We look forward to our continued first of the month Tuesday morning meetings and to witnessing the positive changes that will emerge from this Economic Prosperity Action Plan. The general plan and the specific plan is a very exciting thing for our community, and I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dugan. And that concludes our public comments for this. And so I will go ahead and close the public hearing at
Mayor, if we may
9:26.
inquire, is there anyone else from the public who wishes to address the city council on this item? The record should reflect no one is stepping up.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 9:26 p.m. and we'll continue with our Councilmember Torres's comments and questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. After thanking our consultants for joining us this evening and providing this update, I do have some comments. I want to make sure that I continue to advocate that even beyond this general plan and the housing element that was approved last summer, that the council and staff continue to be aware of the housing mix that is required by the state RENA, by our state RENA numbers, our regional housing number allocation. It is a fact that there are several very low-income categories that still do not rise to the same need that we have for above moderate income housing. And to give the public a sense of what that means and how significant these simple terms are, when we talk about above moderate income housing, when we talk about area median income and what kind of individuals and families would be able to apply for this kind of housing and what kind of funding we'd be able to draw down for this kind of housing. A family of four, according to the California Housing and Community Development Division for LA County, can earn as much as $117,000 for 120% AMI. That same family of four, when we look at very low income housing, has a upper limit of $63,000. And so when we talk about development in South Montebello, I want to make sure that council and staff continue to be aware of the request of the residents of South Montebello that often feel disenfranchised and disenchanted in the ways and the types of housing and developments that we put in the South. So I want to make sure that even though the housing element at this point is essentially set in stone, it will require a monumental effort to change, and the general plan is continuing around that element, that we continue to be aware of that 120% AMI requirement. Moving on to some of the information that was provided in the slides this evening, I do have three questions. The first would be, and I believe I made a similar comment last time, but the renderings, the drawings for the downtown Montebello specific plan are beautiful. It looks vibrant, it looks energetic. Flowering trees are a beautiful addition that we're starting to see utilized more and more, that are drought tolerant. And but my concern in this regard would be if those trees provide sufficient shade. When the blooms have fallen, do the green leaves on these trees fall? As we're looking at redeveloping this area, I think it's really important that we consider the greenery, the ways that greenery reduces temperatures, and our concrete jungles. So that would be my first question. For the trees that are being considered, and I don't know if there's kind of like a designated list, are those shade-bearing trees throughout the year?
Council member, we don't have at this point a list that we are recommending, but that's something that would be discussed and based on community preference, and all of the criteria that you just listed would be discussed and deliberated, and you would obviously select trees that provide multiple benefits, including beauty, shade, and identity and character, but are also easy to maintain.
Yes, Kaiser, thank you for that. And if I may, a streetscape plan I think would be appropriate. The specific plan I think calls for what what and ultimately would be a streetscape plan, which we would work with Public Works on to see what that tree canopy would look like. So that would be a more specific plan focused on the tree canopies and how that would lay out on Whittier Boulevard. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and I would add at the individual level, as we're working with developments, we do provide guidance and we do work with developers in terms of some of the tree canopies or choices that are made. For example, sometimes we see some of these renderings or recommendations that, for example, give us palm trees, right? So those are kind of things that we catch. We kind of let them know in terms of the direction that the city's going in terms of greening, the overall larger vision to make sure that we have a good, adequate tree canopy. So, I mean, we have the larger big picture items like the plan, what Joe just mentioned, but individually, I can tell you staff, it's a priority that as we're working on development, we do point out that we advocate for having adequate tree canopies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palumbi and Mr. Alvarez. And Mr. Rangwala, just quickly to clarify when you, or Mr. Palumbi, when you say that will be developed, is that prior to approval of the general plan, or is that a conversation that's ongoing after the approval of the general plan?
I think what Mr. Palumbi was talking about is pursuant to the council adopting a general plan, the council would engage in a much more focused discussion on that streetscape element, what kind of trees are appropriate in creating that list of trees that could then guide development. So if a developer comes in, wants to build a project, what kind of street trees would that person provide on the sidewalk? So that streetscape plan would be much more detailed look at how each street, whether it's Whittier, Montebello, how are those streets different than a residential street, for example? And there are different criterias for different street trees. For example, if it's Whittier, you want to also make sure that it's not covering up retail businesses. And if the sidewalk's narrow, you want to make sure that the tree roots are not uprooted. So all of those considerations happen at the streetscape level plan, which would follow the general plan.
Thank you very much, and that answers one of my other questions that I was going to ask about setting greenery requirements. I also have a question just as to ensure that the downtown code includes signage, facade material, and color standards.
It does, and we also plan to work with the town architect to really look at design with the form-based planning. It's something new to us and our team, but it's something that's not new to the industry. It's actually something that was used a long time ago, and maybe you could speak a little bit to that. But the signage, it would be something that would be included in the specific plan and that we would pay very close attention to.
Yeah, I would just add to what Joseph said. Signs are an integral part of architecture, and they should be context-based. A sign that is appropriate on the freeway, a pole sign, is out of context in the downtown area. The downtown area has slow-moving traffic, mostly pedestrians. The signs need to be cognizant of that. So the signs that you have within the downtown specific plan are context-based signs, which is a slightly different way to look at signs than your current municipal code. But that's something we'll be working outside of the downtown area. And I guess one of the things we are looking at is, and what the city is looking at, is how you can now take the downtown specific plan and look at other corridors, for example, where the downtown specific plan is not the code, and also spread that citywide.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to ask if included in this plan, if there are going to be requirements for if there are going to be energy efficiency standards for the downtown Montebello specific plan.
Yes, so the building code would not be affected by the specific plan. We would still rely on the California Building Code, which calls for energy efficient, especially with new construction. So the answer to that is yes.
The state requirements are lower than let's say like a LEED certified building, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So would there be the opportunity here to perhaps consider higher standards for energy efficiency in that area?
I think that would be addressed as part of new construction, if you will. So that's something we could look at and to see how we could maybe enhance our building regulations when we do look at new projects. But for the specific plan, really what that does, it lays the diagram, it creates the zoning that would open the door for that type of development where we could look at projects that would want to comply with those certifications.
Great, thank you very much.
Sorry.
Lastly, and I understand if this question may not be answerable if the materials aren't in front of you or if it hasn't been considered, but I would feel remiss to somewhat mention a little bit of my disappointment with the bike master plan, just the way that council has kind of approached it over the last 5 years. First, I want to say that I think alternative transportation is the future. When we look at global warming, when we look at mobility and connecting people across LA County, I think developing public transit systems and those first and last mile connections is extremely important. So first of all, I want to say that I'm a very big advocate of that. It is somewhat disappointing that in April 2019, this council or the previous council approved a bike master plan. I believe it was conducted and created by Active SGV. Our streets were analyzed, major routes were considered, different types of routes or bicycle protections were considered for different kinds of routes. And so I feel that when the previous council decided to re-engage in a bike master plan, that it was a little bit of a missed opportunity. Over the last 5 years, instead of considering these things as part of our ongoing developments, that we are kind of waiting for the starting point to come at the end of the year. That perspective, I think, just comes with time on being on council. I've definitely had the experience where plans that were developed 10 and 20 years ago just kind of fall by the wayside, and it seems to just be a characteristic of the way that leadership changes. All of that to say, if it's possible to comment, can you talk at all about how this plan either builds on that one or how it's more extensive? I think there's a large degree of community engagement, which I really appreciate. There are bicycle communities that I think are participating this time around that did not participate previously and are providing additional insight. Just being aware of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that go into these kinds of plans, I'm just curious how this builds on or improves what was previously approved.
I'm happy to take that question. So we did take a look at the COGS plan. That was one of the documents we reviewed when we were first kind of doing our initial research. Gateway Cities COG also had some recommendations for Montebello as well. So there are multiple different previous plans that we kind of took and filtered through to kind of look at it. In my opinion, I believe that this plan does improve upon San Gabriel COG. For example, if you look at southern Montebello, they recommended a bikeway along kind of that Montebello Boulevard South portion, and they completely ignored, for example, Greenwood Boulevard. But we heard in our most recent outreach events that people would rather take the more direct route rather than try to kind of detour and kind of come out maybe 3 blocks east of where the future L-line station is going to be. So we took what we thought were the good parts of that plan, but we filtered it through kind of, it's been a few years. What do people, maybe back then the L-line may not have been as fully formed in terms of kind of future project. So we kind of took that and really, it was a chance to kind of see what works and what didn't work. Another component as well is some of the cities around Montebello have updated their plans since then. A key component is to make sure that as best we can, people have consistency across city boundaries. For example, Pico Rivera had a fairly recent plan that wasn't available in a lot of data sources. So it was a chance to make sure that we're kind of consistent so folks aren't kind of suddenly jumping from one facility type to another when they get a Pico Rivera. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay, perfect. Sorry if it was a long one. I had to make sure, yeah.
No, not a problem. It was a bit of a long-winded question.
Sure.
Thank you very much for the information, and I just want to say once again, thank you to staff for all the work that you've put into this project over the years, working with our consultants and really engaging the community to deliver a future vision of Montebello that I think we're all going to really enjoy and is very transformative. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Torres. Mayor Pro Tem Melendez, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Just I'll be brief about my comments. Thank you for the presentation. Both presentations I know is the general plan. We've seen this before, and it's been a few years getting to this, and I think this is a fun part of council and being elected and working with staff, with residents, with you, with our departments in putting all of these ideas together in order to provide ourselves a roadmap and the guide that we're going to utilize for the next several years, for a decade, and more than that. So it's great to finally see it here. To the residents that participate, definitely shaped the future of Montebello. Also the business community, Adriana representing the interest of all the business owners that participated. Excited about, thank you for the presentation for the bike master plan. As you mentioned, perfect opportunity for grant funding, also sustainable funding sources. So both presentations in sync with one another. So thank you both.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Jimenez.
I'll be brief as well. I'll just echo what Sal just said. Thank you to all the stakeholders who participated in this process and gave their input, the community, the residents, of course, the staff. We have a phenomenal team who's been working on this for quite some time, and you guys can see this down the road. We have a cookie up here that says 2040 General Plan Update. This 2040, Joe. Again, this is, like Sal said, this is probably one of the most exciting things of being a council member. I do want to acknowledge our previous mayor, Kimberly Cobos, who was adamant about this, updating this general plan. And I don't think that when she started talking about it, she really envisioned or really thought what this was going to mean to not just the residents, but the opportunities that it was going to create. So again, thank you to everyone who's been a part of this journey.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. We have Councilmember Tamayo.
Again, I echo same sentiments. I appreciate all the work of the staff, of the consultants, and our residents to reaching this point. Thank you for working on updating the general plan, including the housing element, the bike master plan, the downtown specific plan. These are evolving and living documents that we should revisit periodically, and probably not 50 years. Specifically appreciative for the identification of potential underutilized spaces, since one of my priorities for our city is to bring some economic development opportunities to our residents. So you have given us a menu of items of what to work with, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. And just lastly, going off similar comments, I do just want to thank Ringwala and Associates. I've seen you here for the past 3 years. I've learned so much. I'm sure you dream about Montebello. You're an expert in our city. And I do just want to also thank our Community Development Director, Mr. Palumbi, our Economic Development Manager, Mr. Gardea, Chamber of Commerce, and all our residents that were involved in contributing to this comprehensive vision for our city's future, and also truly laying down that foundation for sustainable growth, urban vital development, and enhanced livability for our residents. As we've heard today and multiple times throughout these past few years, this general plan will truly lay out a blueprint and be a guiding force for land use and developmental decisions to ensure that they align with our community's values. The downtown specific plan is more of a focused approach that will look at our downtown area in Montebello to revitalize and truly bring more of a dynamic public space for our residents. And then lastly, as we've heard, our bike master plan to promote alternative modes of transportation and truly enhance connectivity here in the city of Montebello. I do just want to use this opportunity opportunity to just advocate for separated bike lanes and more bicycle protections as we do develop and look at opportunities to repave our streets. I think it's extremely important to have actual barriers and protections for our bicyclists. Sometimes, we repave streets and we add some painted lines, but in all reality, that does not provide any protection when you do have bicyclists and cars using these streets. And to be able to provide a more safer conditions and actually increase opportunities for residents to want to use multimodal opportunities, I think that the investment is extremely important. I also do just want to uplift a lot of the actions that council has taken in conjunction with the bike master plan, which is installing bike racks at city facilities. It's very funny to see that we didn't have any bike racks at our city facilities, and so having those now, again, adding opportunities for our residents to be able to use their bikes and actually attend our parks and other facilities and being able to store their bikes safely. Also, in the works of a bike valet station that would be run by volunteers at our farmers market that would also promote our residents to use their bikes as they attend these types of events of our community. And then additionally, our city manager and I will be meeting with Go SGV in the next month to be able to seek services and hopefully partnerships that will provide more funding opportunities for biking initiatives here in the city. And I do just have one comment that I want to just touch on that Councilmember Torres brought up, which I think is extremely important, and we've had these conversations about urban forestry and canopies here in the city of Montebello. I think for consideration, and we could definitely bring it back for later discussion, is that although I'm in full support of a streetscape plan that focuses on how we can bring urban forestry to specific parts of the city, in conjunction, as we wait, that would be a process to basically develop and bring forward. But I do know that some cities actually adopt codes that include a list of trees for land developers, as well as a city to plant, as well as a list of banned invasive tree species. And so being able to get this done first as we potentially look at a landscape plan, I think is important so that any future tree planting initiatives as well as community projects that come forward for development already have this code ready for use when it comes to the planting of trees that are native to our community, provide that shade and growth, and also making sure we do ban the invasive trees that would be harmful to our streets and our residents. Definitely up for a future conversation on that, but overall, just thank you so much for everyone involved in this process. And so if I can please receive a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Torres. If I could please get a second.
I'll second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. If I could please have roll call.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye. The item passes with full consensus. And to celebrate this item passing, I believe staff does have something to present.
Yes, we do have a video to share. I think we'll all like the video. And the cookies, and the cookies. The dinner, yeah.
The Shops in Montebello is the town center of Montebello, and it's an economic engine, one of the main economic engines of the city. And we speak to our shoppers and our guests and the residents of Montebello through our tenancy mix, through our merchandising, and ensuring that we have the right tenants here and the right experiences here for our shoppers.
The health of a downtown is the health of the city. If you have a thriving downtown that's walkable and shoppable and people are going there, that shows you have a healthy, thriving city. No matter who you are, there's something for you to do downtown. There's something for families, there's something for young adults. Create a vibrant community. You have opportunities for everybody to hang out, shop, play, and enjoy themselves. Our goal is to create high-quality craft beer and experiences that lead to conversations that leave an indelible mark on the human soul. And it's all brewed right here in Montebello.
We focus on really elevating the experience, not just another place to eat, but really where a community can thrive and be themselves. The way that I see all the things we do, including the pop-ups, the mercados, the food options, the events, really help creating that place-making in the downtown is really by providing the opportunity for this canvas to exist, right? Where the communities can go out and paint kind of whatever they want so they can feel connected. The downtown specific plan is vital to placemaking activities in the downtown. It's going to be crucial for us to have that in place because all development starts with zoning. Boulevard Market attracts visitors to downtown Montebello by being cultural architects. Simply put, we double down on building out culture here in the city and building out community. We never looked at this place as just a food restaurant, food court, food hall, whatever you want to call it. We always looked at this as the epicenter of culture within the city. We wanted to be a catalyst to drive forward as much of community building as possible. We do that through events, ongoing events. We have them all year round, every single month. We do that through a curation of diverse, hip, cool food options. We do that through our branding, our messaging. You know, the way we communicate with our customer is the way that our customer speaks so they feel connected to us. So we have this young vibrancy that we need to kind of like express ourselves with. And it was a little bit difficult in the beginning, but we're pushing through that. And the community knows that that's just us now. We live in Montebello. My wife was born at Beverly Hospital, so we're from this community. And for us to be able to invest in the community that we live in and see it thrive is so amazing for us.
The general plan that has been developed is a roadmap for the city to follow, and hopefully in years to come we can get there. That will facilitate the main strip on Whittier to be able to provide the restaurant and shopping experience for nearby residents and transition that into the neighborhoods to the side. I think that's going to be a great benefit to our city residents, and of course me being a resident, I really appreciate that. The plan was well put together because a lot of the high density that is found within the plan is more focused towards Whittier Boulevard. That makes it clear that the higher density either businesses or mixed-use spaces are going to be closer to a main boulevard. The buffer zones that are going to be in between bigger apartment buildings on Whittier or the transition spaces from the Whittier Boulevard to the single-family residences beyond Whittier also provide that buffer so that not everything is congested right at Whittier Boulevard.
Our longer-term vision is really to recreate the campus and restore it into a medical hub for both this community and the neighbors, being able to serve the diverse needs of the community with high technology and high-quality healthcare. Our intention, our longer-term vision, is really to create this site as a community hub for both medical and community health. So we really want to be able to offer services that are truly important to this neighborhood, and then also expand on those services into higher technology, newer learnings in medical care. Also, re-attracting a lot of our physician infrastructure, making sure we have the physician practices for primary care so that our community can get their basic needs met around primary care. There are so many opportunities here with the way this site is situated in the community. We also have adjacent properties, so there are a lot of possibilities on how we can partner with the city and with other community-based organizations to set up things like workforce development programs, being able to train the future of our healthcare professionals. That's something that we believe very strongly in. Being able to get higher high school and college graduation rates. Those are all programs that we are really interested in participating in because it benefits not just ourselves in terms of being an employer in this neighborhood, but it lifts a whole family into financial stability, which is incredibly important for generations to come.
Topgolf plans to bring over 400 full and part-time jobs to the city, as well, of course, pay taxes to the city too. We'll have jobs such as positions for front of house, so servers, bartenders, and kitchen, so our line cooks, dishwashers, prep cooks, as well as facilities and maintenance administrative positions as well. We work really closely with local organizations and city officials to ensure we have a great partnership with the surrounding area to ensure that we are giving back to the community in ways that help grow the game of golf.
The Cesar Chavez Foundation is a crucial partner in the revitalization of downtown Montebello. We believe in not only partnering with local stakeholders, but even local schools to see different ways that we're going to be collaborating once the project is done. We're not here just to build an apartment complex. We're here to also invest in the community, invest in the infrastructure in the local area to revitalize the downtown, not just build something beautiful, but also something affordable. The phase 2 of our projects will not only bring affordable units, but will also bring new retail opportunities to the downtown area.
So the future is now, highlights where we stand as a community today and our collective vision and excitement for the future. It is really about understanding that as a city, we prioritize the protection of our neighborhoods, but truly understand the importance of strategic growth for our community. Our current policies, such as the citywide general plan update and the Montebello downtown specific plan, truly reflects those objectives. We want a city where our local residents will have the ability to safely walk to their local grocery store or a local park, but also perhaps have a nice dinner here in downtown Montebello. And these planning documents strike that balance between protecting our neighborhoods and allowing for more new growth along our major streets, fostering community vibrancy.
Invest in Montebello.
Invest in Montebello.
Invest in Montebello.
Invest in Montebello as we have.
Invest in Montebello.
First credit ever. It's Jose.
Okay, thank you so much to our, our community development manager as well as director for showcasing and working on this presentation as well as this video and all our residents and stakeholders that were involved. Moving forward, we are going into regular business and we do have item number 11, which is a review of current council assignments to various boards and agencies. Prior to this, do we have any public comments?
Yes, Mayor, we do have one speaker card for this agenda item.
Okay, please move forward.
Can we get Linda Nicholas?
Hello again. I'm sure you all listened to Ms. Whitman, that HR expert. She said, if the due process of law has not been done, then hold off. She said it right here in front of all of us. Okay, now when David Torres was investigated, correct me if I'm wrong, our city attorney hired an independent outside investigation firm to do it. 17 employees filed complaints against Mr. Torres. All were found credible. The only one that was found to be a liar was Torres. He had his due process. He had legal counsel. The dog and pony show that he tried to say to Ms. Whitman was just exactly that, a dog and pony show. Now, by you three giving back his privileges, send a straight message to those 17 employees that their complaints didn't matter, even though they were proven correct. They were proven that they did have a reasonable right to complain. Now, you, Scarlett, lied when you said that the fire chief had filed a complaint against the former mayor, when in fact it's you he filed a complaint against. Were you taken off of any committees back then? No, right? Due process of the law. You've had a complaint by the fire chief of the city of Montebello, yet you lied and said it was the former mayor, and I'm putting it on the record. There is no complaint against her. It was against you. So who lied? And you weren't taken off any committees. 17 employees filed complaints against Torres. And it wasn't overnight. And the reason it took so long, because there were 17 employees with medical records and proof and emails. All that had to go through. It wasn't an overnight process. Now, this rush to judgment, was the investigator told that Mr. Alvarez has a track record of having complaints filed against him by the women in Sacramento? Somebody needs to do their due process, because guess what? If it's his word against hers, well, guess what? There were women in Sacramento that got him removed. So you need to do your due process, and before you take away her privileges and the vote of the residents in the District 5, listen to what the HR director said. He hired a private investigator for David. They went through the due process. It was done. She's entitled to the same thing. Don't rush to judgment. The HR told you if it was not done properly, hold off. Don't take any actions. So think about it. How much money have we paid out so far, David? $5 million because of you? $5 million. That's going to make a hell of a flyer if you make it to November.
Thank you, Ms. Nicholas. And that concludes our public comments. So moving forward with this item at council level, if we can review the current board assignments, but I will go ahead and normally the way that we conduct this is that we go through each one and then provide, if there's a desire by a council member, they can
Yes,
show.
and actually all we're needing to review tonight are the ones that involve the council member.
Okay.
Mayor, would it be possible to see if maybe we can just table this item until, based on the information that we received in the presentation, until maybe we get some findings and the due process happens, if we can just table this item until it comes back. I know there were some other measures that needed to be implemented for the immediacy of what the complaint might have entailed, but I don't think this one warrants that immediacy. So just wanted to see if it would be possible with my colleagues if we can table this item until we get the findings of the investigation.
Madam Mayor, I do have a
Yes.
response after you have your comments.
Yes, I do want to just state that I'm personally not comfortable with that. We do have past precedent as far as similar actions being taken by another council member here who went through the same process that is being handled right now. And so I personally don't feel comfortable tabling that when we've also taken past actions on this similar case.
And if I may respond, I understand your position, and there might be a difference on how certain investigations might have happened in the past, but just because there was a certain process in the past, we shouldn't repeat it again if that's the reasoning, right? Because now we literally had someone presenting to us today that told us that typically these types of corrections happen after, the process, after the findings. So, I mean, literally, it was like if it was put perfectly together for this meeting, right? But yeah, I mean, I'll leave it to my colleagues, but I think it would be appropriate to continue this item or table this item until the findings get presented to all of us.
Yeah, these are, in my opinion, these are not permanent corrective actions. These are actions that are being taken to, at this time, provide measures for those that, to provide measures of safety for those that are being affected. They're not permanent corrective actions. These are obviously measures that are being put in place as the investigation continues. And again, that precedent has been set. And so I do appreciate, your comments, but personally, I don't feel comfortable tabling this. I do have Councilmember Torres that also has comments that he'd like to make.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So first, I would like to thank Ms. Nicholas, who's left the room, for defining the ability to sit on committees and commissions as a privilege, not a right. I think that's a great place to start. I'd also like to dispute the characterization of the recommendations by some as a corrective action, which it's not. This is a protective action to make sure that the alleged target has a safe working environment. Unfortunately, decisions like these have to be publicly noticed and voted on. There is no intent to turn this process into a circus. And I believe Ms. Jimenez would understand, since she stated on more than one occasion that one employee complaining of harassment is too much, and that she would not turn a blind eye towards claims of such. I don't want to color the ongoing investigation, but I would like to reference what counsel demanded of me during the investigation into my conduct and what is not happening. Mr. Verdugo, I believe it was, put forward a request that we place ourselves in the other person's shoes and think about how we would like to be treated. And, you know, it is a fact that Ms. Jimenez and the majority took action against me several months before the conclusion of the investigation. These are the provisions she voted in favor of, which we are not repeating. One of the requests and demands was that my point of contact regarding all city business should only be directed to the city attorney. That is not happening in this instance. I was directed to not have any direct contact with any staff member, any of our 450 staff members, by phone, email, or text. That is not happening in this instance. I was requested that I only attend council meetings via Zoom. That is not being requested in this instance. I was told that I couldn't participate in committees or commissions, and as well, I was not invited to public events. That is not happening in this instance. And so I want to be clear with the community that that the steps that we are taking are about protecting a work environment. This is not about passing judgment prematurely. And to, I think, further that and to somewhat amend what the recommendations here, and perhaps my colleague will feel more comfortable that with this, it'll change that lens that we're looking at here, is to add to the recommendations that Ms. Jimenez's assignments are revisited at the conclusion of the investigation, just to say that this is not something that is final and ongoing, but is dependent on that investigation.
And Councilmember, I just want to provide clarification. My only opposition at this moment is what item number 11 states, which is the review of the current council assignments to various boards and agencies, the removal of the boards. I'm not stipulating or making any, every allegation should be treated seriously, and I'm not trying to, I'm not speaking about the other recommendations that were implemented. Specifically, this item, I don't think this poses any threat whatsoever on the person or persons that might have had the allegation. So I just want to tell the public, and it's not on the other recommendations, but it's specifically on this item. So, because I think it might have been misconstrued on what I was saying. It's just specific to the boards and agencies. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Melendez, and just, as a friendly response, I understand your position. I would, respectfully disagree. From my view, this, without going into the investigation, I do think that this measure is warranted.
Okay. Unless there's motions to be made, I think that we can move forward with reviewing the council assignments, and any council members that would like to express a desire in serving.
I do have a comment. I do have comments to make, Peralta.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Jimenez.
So under the item here, it does say review and take action to fill assignments to various boards and agencies. I'm going to read an email that Mr. Shankman sent to a city attorney 16 days ago with hopes that he would share it with you. Either he shared it with you individually, he didn't share it with you via email, but this is what Mr. Shankman wrote to Mr. Glassman. First of all, who's responsible for putting this item on the agenda tonight? Mayor, attorney, city manager, who's responsible for putting this item on the agenda?
Based on the corrective actions or the recommendations to provide those safety measures, that is what happens.
Corrective actions, Scarlett. You said corrective actions. There is no investigation that has been concluded. I have yet to be.
Safety measures that are being put in place.
Safety measures against the complainant? No.
I'm
This
not
safety
going to go
measure-
back and forth with you. You can
Okay,
go
so
ahead
who's
and move
responsible?
forward.
Is it you?
You can go ahead and move forward with
Did you
your
put this on the
comments.
agenda? Was it the city attorney, yourself, or the city manager? This is a very fair question. I am a member of the council, and both you, Mr. City Attorney, and city manager are both our employees.
May I attempt to address it, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Actually, Mayor and Council, it was in response to a correspondence that my office received on behalf of Councilmember Jimenez from her attorney making allegations that there was violations of the Brown Act, that if it wasn't placed on open agenda, and as a result of that, my review of those allegations, and also coupled with the fact that the council had expressed their desire to remove Councilmember Jimenez from her appointments. And I also want to note that no one has a guaranteed term of serving on any of these committees, other than the two that are required by the Sanitation District and the City Selection Committee, which are the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, as according to their bylaws. So in reality, Madam Mayor, it was as a result of the accusation of her attorney, of Councilmember Jimenez's attorney, is why you see this here tonight, and also the direction of the City Council, so that it would be taken place in public.
So seems rather retaliatory. This is basically what you're telling us, Mr. City Attorney. I'm going to read the letter that Mr. Shankman wrote to you, Mr. Glassman. This is on behalf of Mr. Shankman. I'm writing on behalf of Councilmember Jimenez in response to your March 14th, 2024 memorandum, advising her actions, which the other members of the Montebello City Council purported to take at the March 13, 2024 council meeting. As a preliminary matter, I note that your memorandum is marked attorney-client privilege and attorney work product. However, it is clear that neither of those privileges apply here. Nothing in your memorandum constitutes legal advice, so the attorney-client privilege does not apply. Even if council member could be considered your client, she is not. Nor is there anything in your memorandum that reveals your thought process, and thus the work product privilege is also inapplicable. For that reason and many others, while you purport to describe certain actions directed by the City Council in closed session on March 13th, none of those actions or anything that could possibly be related to those actions appeared on the March 13th council meeting agenda for closed session. Rather, there were two nondescript items: anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, and one case, and anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation in one case, neither of which gave the public any idea that the disciplinary actions against council member would be discussed, much less voted on. Recent presidential cases, and he quotes a couple of cases, and I case is not sufficient. Moreno versus City of King, Fowler versus City of Lafayette. Therefore, any actions taken by the City Council in closed session, Council Member Jimenez was excluded from the closed session, were taken in violation of the Brown Act. Turning to the substance of the purported council directives to Councilmember Jimenez, directives 1 through 5 are all aimed at preventing Councilmember Jimenez from performing her duties for which she was elected. For example, directive number 1, you're to cease and desist and engage in direct communication and interactions with the city manager and administrative staff, would prevent Councilmember Jimenez from performing her duties for which the voters of District 5 elected her. In the council manager form of government adopted by the City of Montebello, it is essential that council members freely communicate with the city manager. Montebello Municipal Code Section 2.04050 directly contradicts your directive number 1, as it makes it clear that city council members may make inquiries directly to directors, department heads, or employees for information, and you used this previously, Mr. Torres, and materials that provides the city manager shall be under the direction and control of the city council. Moreover, even absent a municipal statute conferring this right on Councilmember Jimenez, and even if the Montebello Municipal Code prohibited Councilmember Jimenez from communicating with the city manager or administrative staff, she would still be entitled to do so. As in the court in Levy versus the City of Santa Monica, held prohibiting a city council member from inquiring or otherwise communicating with city staff violates the council member's First Amendment right to speech. There are two executive methods of removing an elected official in California: recall, and quo warranto proceedings. A city council of general law, city like Montebello, does not have the authority to prevent any one of its members from performing the job the voters were elected to do. Directive number 6 in your memorandum, you are to be removed from all outside committees and assignments raises other problems. That is not an action that can be taken in closed session, even if it were properly noticed on the agenda. It was not. Councilmember Jimenez was voted on committees by the council in open session. Any removal of Councilmember Jimenez from those committees must likewise be done in open session. So the public has an opportunity to be heard on any potential removal and to see the council's deliberation on any potential removal. Any attempt to take that action in closed session violates the Brown Act. Now, we had a presentation by Liebert and Cassidy representative. And one of the questions, the last question that I asked her was, if any corrective action could be taken before an investigation was concluded. And she said, you should not do that. Scarlett, before David continued to speak, Sal raised his concerns, and your reaction and your response were basically, this is what they did to him in the past, this is what we're gonna do to her now. Very retaliatory. This is all being recorded. I know you guys like the public to watch you guys in your grandstanding moments. This is what you guys are about to do again. I don't doubt that you're gonna move forward with this because back in July of last year, you blatantly defunded a position of an employee, essentially firing him in public meeting. Now we're being sued. Finally, your directive number 7, be cognizant of the content items you post on social media sites and platforms to avoid further harassing or hostile comments. Also raises serious First Amendment concerns. If indeed that is a directive by the legislative body of the city of Montebello, it is state action. A state actor like the city of Montebello may not prohibit any council member Jimenez or anyone else from posting comments on social media simply because of someone views them as harassing or hostile. That is particularly true of political speech, which encompasses anything Councilmember Jimenez, an elected official, posts concerning the city of Montebello. Councilmember Jimenez will continue to communicate with constituents through social media as she sees fit. Mind you, I never post anything negative on social media. I ask that you refrain from further attempts to intimidate Councilmember Jimenez from exercising her First Amendment rights. And he very kindly, Arnold, to please confirm, absent properly agendized council action in open session, none of the directives listed in your memorandum will be enforced by the city. In the meantime, Councilmember Jimenez will continue to fulfill her duties as the elected representative of District 5. I look forward to your response. Also, quoting directive number 5, where you stated that all my meetings with you and the city manager would be recorded. I never consented to that, Arnold, and you know that that is illegal.
Madam Mayor, if I may just repeat one thing.
You can proceed.
And I kind of want to slow this down for the community, what Ms. Jimenez read here. The letter did state, please confirm that absent a properly agendized council action in open session, that none of the directives, one of these being included, will be enforced. I believe Mr. Shankman has that response, that this item is properly agendized.
Thank you very
Properly
much.
agendized doesn't mean that it's right, David. And you just brought an HR representative to make that clear for all of us.
Okay, so moving forward with the reappointment of these assignments, we do have the San Gabriel Valley Council of Government. We do have the alternate currently as Mr. Torres. If there is no desire from my other colleagues, they can go ahead and speak up.
Madam Mayor, as the alternate, I would like to be considered for the primary representative.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any desire to serve as the alternate representative? I will go ahead and nominate Councilmember Tamayo. Are you interested?
Sure, I will do it.
Okay, we do have just alternate positions moving forward. So for the Capital Projects Committee, which is the Alameda Corridor East Authority, we do have an alternate position that is available. Do any of my colleagues have a expressed desire for this or any nominations?
Madam Mayor, if I may nominate you as a member that sat on this committee previously, and with your history, I think you'd be a valuable addition in case I wasn't able to make the meetings.
Okay. And then Gateway Cities Council of Governments, we do have an alternate position.
If either of my colleagues are not interested in the position, I would like to be an alternate for Gateway COG.
I'll go ahead and serve as an alternate for that. And then lastly, or no, actually, for independent cities, we do have Mr. Melendez, who was the original council representative. If you'd like to continue that.
Yeah, you know what? I think that one's actually incorrect. I think the Councilmember Jimenez was a representative because I stepped down like a month ago.
Would you like to take on the primary role?
If any of my colleagues are interested, okay. All right, I'll take it.
Okay, for an alternate, any desire or any nominations for that? I will go ahead and nominate Councilmember Tamayo. Is that something that you are seeking to serve on as an alternate if Councilmember Melendez cannot make a meeting?
Sure, yes, I will serve.
Okay, and lastly, we do have the alternate representative for Siaka. Any council member that would like to attend a meeting that I cannot attend, please express your desire or have a nomination.
I can serve as the alternate for Siaka.
Okay, so we do have Councilmember Tamayo as the alternate for Siaka. With that, if I can please have a motion.
I would like to motion to approve the assignments as stated.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Torres. Can I please have a second?
I second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Tamayo. Mr. City Clerk, can you please do roll call?
Yes, Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
I vote aye. Moving on to the next item, we do have item number 12, which is adopt resolution revising and updating fees for the City of Montebello's municipal golf course. And we do have a presentation today by our Recreation Director, Mr. David Sistowski.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Item 12 tonight, as stated, is adopt a resolution 2426, revising and updating the fees for the City of Montebello's municipal golf course. So I'll be a little brief here. Get the clicker, thank you. All right, just a little bit of background why we're here today essentially is the structure of the golf fund and how the golf course operates. So to be brief, I'll read through the slides here and have questions at the end. So as stated, for a number of years, the golf course operated at a deficit, requiring annual subsidies from the general fund, at one time reaching and exceeding $1 million annually in that subsidization. The ongoing subsidization of the golf course was significant enough to warrant mention in the 2018 State Auditor's Report, which led the city to want to make corrective actions, and it essentially stopped the subsidy. So staff began looking at different ways to eliminate the subsidy and create a golf course that can function without requiring general fund assistance. And as you guys know, we've been under construction since October of 2022. And those efforts led to the project that is currently in the final stages for the municipal golf course transformation, with a new concept which managed properly, which we feel confident we will be managed properly with our new operator, Troon Golf. We started that process, and the golf course was closed for this renovation beginning in October of 2022. And the establishment of the proposed fees that you'll see in the attached resolution, as well as the attachments to the agenda, are intended to meet the golf fund's obligation to operate as a true enterprise fund with no negative impact to the general fund, i.e. no general fund subsidy. The next slide, again, a little bit more about the golf fund, again, just to kind of double down on what our purpose is here today and what the enterprise fund means is revenue and expenditures for the golf course are charged, recorded and tracked in Fund 612, the Golf Fund, which we'll bring forward as part of the budget process with Director Salarza. And the Montebello Golf Course operates as an enterprise fund, again, mentioning that, where all the revenue generated through this operation is utilized to offset the associated expenses as is required in the city's municipal code to operate that way. The sources for funding of the golf course include revenues from green fees, which we're talking about today, advanced booking fees, tournament fees, and golf rental fees, which are all potentially being addressed today. So a little bit of how we got here today, background of why we're here today again. The golf course fee study timeline as presented. Last known update to the golf fees was in December of 2010. Obviously different variations of different types of economic downturn and upturn, and COVID came in between 2010 and 2024. As mentioned previously, golf course was closed in October of 2022 to start the renovation of the new 9-hole course, as well as the short course. So part of that process, and the city doing its best due diligence, staff here, no one particular golf experts. We wanted to hire the golf experts in the industry. City contracted the National Golf Foundation, Ed Getherall, put together a comprehensive report, which is attached to this item 12 tonight. They provided a study of the current and projected golf market and made several recommendations for a new fee structure and provide general guidance for fees and how they should be implemented for the city. You'll see in the attached report, if you had a chance to read it, a lot of good information about the history of golf, Montebello's background in golf, and what we could project in the future. NGF, Golf Foundation, and Ed presented their findings in June of 2023 at the City Council meeting, and we said we'd come back and address some of the items that the City Council mentioned in June of 23, which I believe we have done so in item 12. So some key findings from the NGF study. Good projections for us as the popularity of golf continues to be on the rise with the post-COVID boom. As you guys all know, golf was one of the only recreational items that was really open and available, and that led to a big increase in the industry of golf rounds, including the Montebello course. So one of the study findings showed us that there's a trend to younger players, especially within this demographic of the greater LA County area. The study shows specifics about 5-mile radius, 10-mile radius, and how Montebello is uniquely positioned to be aggressive in this market. So younger players want a quicker golf experience, so hence the 9-hole variation. The new 9-hole course is optimal for that, as well as a short course, which features the night play as well as some day and weekend play. So NGF projects within their first 3 years, and we're projecting based off of getting to that number quick. The pre-closure annual rounds for the Montebello Golf Course just before we closed in October of 2022 was 70,000 rounds of essentially 18 and 19 hole play. And we were actually projecting more rounds now in this study that's presented in the council item due to the short course and the additional rounds we can account on for that. Also, dynamic pricing is mentioned several times, obviously in the staff report, but also backed up by the study, and that allows for essentially what they would call twilight time sales in the old days. But dynamic pricing looks at the industry standards and what's going on in the market and really allows True, our operator, along with city staff, to offer a discount, essentially when the course might be empty between 2 to 6 p.m. on a daily basis. We can offer a discount. Part of the resolution that's presented today puts a cap on that discount of 30% of the established fees. So to the nitty gritty here. So real basic math here that was done. So new fee structure is based 100% on the guidance of the NGF study. Also, True Golf also provided in their proposal, as well as kind of blesses what we're doing here today, what their recommendations would be. Particularly want to look at the fee structure. If you played Montebello Golf Course before, a lot of variations of the fees could be confusing. There's resident and non-resident, senior and non-resident. So we try to simplify that into the next slide, which is not a short, but it's a shorter version, and it's easier for staff to manage and operate, and give people essentially a realistic idea of when they show up to the golf course what the fees should be. So again, first step was looking at the NGF study, simplifying the structure, and then most importantly, we're going to keep mentioning, and Michael will be happy that I keep mentioning it, that we look at the golf fund as an enterprise fund, as a business. So we're reviewing operating expenses and projected revenues. And again, as the agenda report states, that's one of the main reasons why we recommended the fees that we did. So probably hard to read here on this slide, but we'll be summarizing it in the next. But establishing new rates, starting with the 9-hole rate with the replay, $32 to play 9, $24 to play replay, which is essentially selling the 18-hole experience for $56 plus cart fees. As you'll see here, which is listed specifically on the proposed fee structure, built-in discounts for residents and seniors. One of the items that was mentioned, I believe Councilmember Torres during the June 23 study, was to take care of students and juniors. Before we had a junior rate, which was kind of take it as it was and see who we qualified as a junior. So this is establishing actual ages, but also adding in the student rate to cover the college students. And you'll see steep discounts there, 50 to 75% off the green fees that are offered. Some other highlights here, and again, we'll probably get into more detail in the next slides. Talk about the 6-hole, the walking course, the par 3 short course, as well as tournament fees. And again, trying to respect what our local nonprofits use the course for their pleasure, but also fundraising, offering discounts for nonprofits on tournaments. And to simplify matters on the resident and senior card is actually selling a resident and senior card by Troon Golf at the golf course, so we can identify that, make the process of check-in and out earlier, but also let residents and seniors book tee times earlier. So we know a majority of our play at the golf course was non-resident, hence the reason why the fees are higher for non-resident, but still trying to take care of our residents and seniors by selling that resident card, giving them early access to tee times, and also giving them discounts that we feel are substantial. Okay, so the important stuff, how we're gonna calculate the enterprise fund of the golf course is looking at the projected rounds, going back to the study, saying we're gonna put 70,000 rounds up on the long course, 22,000 rounds on the short course, taking averages, and as the staff report indicates, a lot of these averages are on the conservative side. If operated correctly and the standards of play are returned, we'll probably exceed these numbers. We plan to exceed these numbers. But you'll see, again, 7,500 resident rate, 9-hole at $26 is projected, and you see the revenue there. A lot more non-resident, right? We know where our market is. Seniors account for a majority, so this is not ambiguous whether what side of town you live on. You're a senior. There was issues or confusion before, I would say, at the golf course, so this takes care of that. But also accounting for junior and student through Troon Golf and working with SCGA Junior, we probably will exceed those junior and student projected rounds annually. But again, trying to be conservative in our budget here. Replay rounds, again, trying to sell the 18-hole experience. So folks that play the 9, then we sell the 9 again at $24. Cart rentals listed as well, short course play. And again, short course play will probably exceed that. We think it will with the Topgolf facility being open and a lot of night play. And then a conservative estimate on how many senior and resident cards we sell. We know we have 3,000 or 4,000 emails in the queue already that would fit that area, but they might not all buy cards, so we went with half the number. So projected revenue for the golf fund, $2.6 million essentially. Some revenue factors, again, just to reiterate, a lot of this is conservative, again, using rates calculated for weekday and non-tournament play. Weekend rates are higher, so our projections would go up, but we went the conservative route of just going with the $26 and $32 rates projected for the 9-hole course. 92,000 total rounds are being used to calculate these for both the 9-hole and short course. We expect to exceed the short course numbers a little bit. 50% of the golf rounds on the 9-hole are played with the cart. That number, again, could be higher. But again, we took the average between the $10 9-hole rate and the replay rate of $8 and went with 9 for a projection, $9 per cart rental. Short course revenues are based on a conservative rate of $17 per round. There's several different factors we put into the short course. Weekends are much higher. Junior rates are much lower, so $17 a round is the factor that we use in this calculation. And then again, dynamic pricing with council's approval on the resolution will allow for the sale of tee times during non-peak play through the city's Golf Now system, which we'll be using at the course. Again, I'll keep mentioning the enterprise fund, so there's obviously the expense side of it. So different factors, and the main factors that come into expenses under the 610 Golf Fund. The Troon contract, so maintenance, operation, and management of the course, you see there $1.9 million. Limited on-site part-time staff support, which has helped improve the operation of the course significantly, in my opinion. So we put a number there of $90,000 for staffing. Utilities, so electricity for the new lights on the course, as well as the new clubhouse, as well as the cost of the reclaimed water, about $500,000 per year, and our annual lease for the new golf cart fleet of $104,000. So you'll see we're projecting a very modest $6,000 profit for the golf fund, but it'd be the first time in, I couldn't tell you when, that we didn't owe money back and have the general fund cover it for us. So I'm excited to project those numbers. And some factors on the expenditures, golf course fund, primary expenditures we talked about on the previous slide, maintenance, management, operation. Really wanted to point this out. The maintenance contract was very specific. Mark Campbell and I, Mark's the part-time staff at the golf course, looked at a lot of best practices. NGF also helped us write the RFP for the maintenance. This maintenance is made to protect the investment that the city spent there. So you have a $15 million plus golf course project, and we want it to look like that for the next 20, 30 years. In prior years, we know that wasn't the case from the 2000 renovation, just not adequate staffing and resources at the golf course. So this option here that we have on the Troon contract and the maintenance that's going to be projected for fertilizing, aerification, and the consistencies of those things will protect the city's investment. Again, minimal on-site staff support is being projected here in our expenses, annual lease payments for the golf courts, and utilities. Moving on. Just some user scenarios to kind of simplify it for the residents and for council here as well. So residents and seniors can utilize the regulation course, which is essentially 12 to 13 holes of the old course, so a large 9-hole, on weekdays for $36 with a cart rental. And the former golf course structure was $33 with the cart. So listening to the council and the feedback at the June presentation, still wanted to make this an attainable feature and asset and recreational opportunity for residents. So I feel that $3 increase isn't significant. And again, most of our play is for out-of-town folks. So they're going to pay a lot more. So hope they're not watching the council meeting, but I think they'll still come play at the Montebello course regardless. 18-hole experience, 9-hole replay will cost $45 walking and $63 with the cart. And again, that's a premium experience. But again, for folks that just want to walk up and play Montebello like they used to, a lot of familiar things, new lakes, new sand traps, new bunkers, just a $3 increase. So the students that we mentioned before with a valid ID ages 16 to 22, for the first time, this course will take into account the college students, 50% discount for weekdays on 9-hole and short course. Junior golfers, a true age put here, 15 and under, will play the 9-hole course for only $8. And then tournament rates are proposed at $60 per player with the cart on the 9-hole course, which will still be attractive to many nonprofits to make the Montebello Golf Course their home for tournaments again. Golf course manager with city manager's approval could give a 20% discount for verified nonprofits in good standing. So that number goes down to $48 per player, which is comparable, which I believe was $47 prior. So recap, the 7th time I mentioned it. Golf course fund is enterprise fund with revenues expected to meet or exceed expenses. The recommended fees today are based on a realistic, conservative amount of rounds projected for the course. Projected revenues are based on, again, conservative fee calculations, i.e. using weekday versus weekend rates, not counting for tournaments, which are a higher rate. Discounts are factored in for residents, seniors, youth, junior, and tournament play. And resident and senior players card will be offered for discounts and early tee time to access. And last and most important too, dynamic pricing is controlled by city staff and Troon with a cap of 30% discount for non-peak play. So that concludes our presentation on the golf fees, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Director Sostowski, for the presentation, as well as all the work that you've done prior to Troon Golf coming in and managing the golf course. I'll go ahead and go down the roll call. We do have Councilmember Torres for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I would like to thank staff for being responsive to adjusting rates for juniors and students. I think that by doing so, we're going to be creating a pipeline of players that are going to want to come back and play our golf course once they become adults and earning their own incomes. It also allows parents that want to perhaps introduce their children to the sport or play themselves that wiggle room to say like, hey, this is affordable, like not only for me, but this is something that I can share with the child. So I'm very appreciative of that. Oh, and I also do want to mention that I think it comports well with Top Golf, so that kids can have some money left over to hang out, have some food, have some fun, and be able to explore all of the offerings that our golf complex is going to have. I do have a couple of questions. First, there was mention in the presentation of a senior or resident card. I was wondering if that is going to be by California ID or if that's something separate that people have to apply for.
Councilmember Torres, good question. I appreciate it. So any form of ID, utility bill, California ID, or student ID that they have, that they verify one time, once the system is set up in the pro shop, when the pro shop's done, they would come to the Troon staff that are working there, and we actually would print out the cards there. So they get a card ID that they could use in the Golf Now system online, so that gives an extra features. They could book tee times online. So it's basically verifying once and getting a card that's put into the system.
Great, thank you very much. And are the options for junior, student, and senior rates going to be available on apps like Golf Now?
Yeah, so good question again. So the entire tee sheet for the city is digital now. There's no more paper tee sheet like back in the 80s and 90s. So it's all through Golf Now. That's our software. It's Golf 365 by NBC Sports. We have a contract with them to offer that. So those rates are baked in. So again, to enable to do that, there's different codes and discounts they would have to do. Most of the time, those folks are better off coming to the pro shop because a lot of the junior and student times are afternoon times. And that's all established on the new golf website that's coming out, but also the policies that will be hosted there. So best bet is for them to come into the shop because there will not be like a student discount card, just the resident and senior card.
And that's where I might have a little bit of a concern. If someone is more adept to using apps than going on a website or appearing in person, and they see the higher prices and not understanding what discounts they'd be would apply to their situation, I would just like to make sure that we make sure that they're capturing that and understanding that the course is accessible to them.
Well noted. If I could comment on that, I know some of the folks from Troon are in the audience too, and I don't know all the ins and outs of Golf 365, which is the Golf Now system. So I don't know if there's a way to establish like an ID that's previously loaded that would automatically discount. We don't want to advertise student prices out there, and then a lot of older folks or just regular players take advantage of that. So we have to figure out a way to correctly put that into place so we don't discount everything by accident.
Right, yeah, I definitely appreciate that. My last question here is in terms of dynamic pricing and that 30% discount, the prices that we see, is that the floor of the 30% discount, or is that going to be the 100% pricing?
That's another good question. So the established fees, if established by council, are the 32, the 56 that we talked about. Those are the fees. So when Golf Now is allowed to, as well as Troon, they're allowed to discount those prices because it's an empty tee sheet, like I mentioned. It'd be 30% off of that. So 30% off of 32, $9 and some change off. So yeah, we just don't want to go too low. In some variations of the contract, not to get too much into it, with Golf Now, including the cities prior to having Troon be the operator, Golf Now was allowed to dictate that and sell tee times, and who knows what they were selling them for, but giving the city a pretty raw deal. So Troon having nationwide contracts, they get a better deal. So we're not trading, we're not giving away tee times. It's basically what rates we establish. There's been articles in the news about trade times kind of going sideways on some cities. And luckily working with Troon and their nationwide contract with NBC and their thousands of golf courses they operate, we get a better deal. So there'll be no concern of those things getting sideways on us, essentially.
Excellent. And just to note, I think us on council and on staff are fully aware. I don't know how much the community is fully aware, but just 5 years ago, I think we're an all cash system. So 5 years later to be implementing dynamic pricing is a world of change. So the analysis and the efforts are much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Torres. And then we do have Mayor Pro Tem Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one thing I want to highlight is, first of all, thank you for the presentation. The way I think myself and most of my colleagues see it is, if the golf course can sustain itself, that's what we want it to do, right? Where it's not going to be a moneymaker. It's none of that. We want to be able to have a golf course that can sustain itself, you're actually projecting hopefully a $6,000 revenue that we can get somehow. But if it's sustains itself, that I think that's a big win. And then just appreciate the creativity on the discounts. I think that was feedback that a lot of my colleagues had, and I think it's great for our community and for our residents, all ages, right? So kudos to the way everything was mapped out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. We do have Councilmember Jimenez for any questions or comments.
David, thank you very much. To you and the team, it's really interesting to see this because, yes, once upon a time, I remember when we first got elected, some of us got elected, people were like, we can't book a tea time online, and we have, this was just, we were really stuck in the dinosaur times. So it's beautiful to see that this is now, so clearly very accessible to the community. Thank you for all your work. This is great.
Okay, Councilmember Tamayo.
Yeah, so I do have a couple questions. So in the study, it has the neighboring rates at $40 to $70. Is that correct? Because I'm looking at like the rates for Pico, for Whittier, for Monterey Park, it's closer to like $20. So our rate at, what was it, 30, 32, 36, is that going to be like something that's feasible?
That's a great question, Councilmember Tamayo. So yes, we believe so. Again, being a new product, being a brand new course, $15 million investment, it's going to be probably one of the best 9 holes around, I have to say, because of the distances. We had SCG out today. We got rated, so we have a really competitive 9-hole course. So we're very confident in that. We use NGF's study as a baseline. We wouldn't sugarcoat it. They recommended lower prices. That was making assumptions the city would do less maintenance, though, right? So this is to cover the true cost of maintaining this golf course. So, and it's incumbent, not to put pressure on the guys in the audience, but it's incumbent on Troon. We're paying them to do the marketing. They have 14,000 emails to go out there. So we know it's a new product. We know we have something unique, the short course being specific. So we think we're going to do very well with the pricing, even though it may be projected higher than the surrounding neighborhoods. They all have great golf courses. I won't talk about them, but we have a brand new one. So it's going to be a premium product.
Okay, again, but in the study, it has it at public facilities within 10 miles are $40 to $70. So is that correct?
I would defer to the study being correct. Yeah, so I wouldn't know. They did the study for us to look at what the surroundings are. And some of those might be 18-hole versus a 9-hole too. So I would imagine they use non-resident fees. But their data is nationwide, so the study is pretty accurate. So we kind of fall in between there, but really give the discounts to the residents. And again, sorry if they're watching, but the non-residents are going to pay. Yeah.
And that was my next point, actually, the resident discount. So I know the players, or the discount would cost $50 for the player's card. So if the discount is like about $6 is what I calculated quickly, they would need to use it 9 times to get their money's worth.
And that's a good point. So we've talked with Troon a little bit about that. They don't have to. They could just show up with the ID and pay the resident card. They'll lose out on the early tee time. So there is benefits beyond just the one-time discount. But if they only wanted to play a couple times, you're giving away the industry secret though. So we wanted to buy the card and come out as many times as they can.
Yeah, but at $50, is there like a further discount?
The discounts are as established for senior and resident, 20%, right, I believe. So again, our information is pretty solid because we know it's the same customers. So for example, a lot of the senior residents have a tee time or had a tee time every Saturday, so 52 Saturdays in a row. So to them, it would be worthwhile, I would imagine. Right.
So again, $50 resident card is feasible?
We believe so. Yeah, we had started our projections at $100 and came down, like just internally with staff. Some places do 25, some places do 200, so we thought 50 was feasible.
Okay, because I think our neighboring cities do like $10, but I think it's a big difference. Okay, those were my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember Tamayo. And just echoing similar comments in that, just very grateful that staff did take the desires and recommendations of council to have the discounts for residents and seniors, as well as a 50 to 60% discount for students and juniors. So very excited to have this golf course open, as we also open Topgolf and have this really great array of new amenities available for our residents, as well as those that don't live in Montebello, to come and enjoy. Moving forward, I will go ahead and ask for a motion. Okay, motion by our Mayor Pro Tem. Can I please get a second? Second by Councilmember Jimenez. If I can please have our city clerk do roll call.
Yes, Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye, and the item passes. Moving forward, we do have our consent calendar. If our city attorney can please read the statement of approval for consent items and allow council to pull items that are desired.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Members of the council, at this time, the consent agenda would involve the items 13 through 21, with the exception of item 18, which is being held over to another date, and item 17, which will be pulled for separate discussion. And with that, Madam Mayor, I'll poll the council, starting with Councilmember Torres.
No items.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
No items.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez? No items? Thank you. Councilmember Tamayo?
No items.
Thank you. And Mayor Peralta?
No items.
So it would be appropriate then, Madam Mayor, to entertain a motion to approve items 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, and 21.
Okay, can I please receive a motion for the items stated?
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion.
I'll
by-
second.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Torres and second by our Mayor Pro Tem. If please have our city clerk do roll call.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
Okay, and I vote aye. Motion passes. Now moving forward to item 17, which was pulled. Give me a moment. We do have a presentation, and it is to adopt resolution to apply to California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection's Urban Forestry Program and Community Grant Program.
And we do have a representative from Tree People in the audience.
Thank you so much for bearing through our meeting today and staying here for the presentation. Truly, truly appreciate that.
Of course. Thank you. Good evening, City Council and members of the Montebello community. So my name is David Pineda, and I'm with the nonprofit organization Tree People, as was mentioned. I'm here today to discuss the upcoming project that we intend to partner with the city and apply for through CAL FIRE's Urban and Community Forestry Grant Program. So the project specifically, it's coming from the State Department of CAL FIRE, coming through IRA funds. So those Inflation Reduction Act dollars from the federal government are now being administered through state agencies, and we're looking to capture those dollars to work on climate-related initiatives, urban greening relation initiatives, and this is going to be one example of that. Specifically, we're looking at applying for the management grant category. There's a few different categories, but really looking at where the city's at in terms of the general plan that was just discussed, the bike plan. You know, there really needs to be holistic planning that precedes any recommendations, any tree planting initiatives to make sure that the right trees are going in the right place and benefiting the community. This project will be done in partnership with Tree People. We have extensive experience doing management plans, doing community engagement, and doing the subsequent tree planting. We've currently finished management plans for the cities of San Fernando, Paramount, and Huntington Park. The application's due in about a month, so as a part of the application process, one of the key pieces is getting the resolution and getting council's approval for it. The project would then, if and hopefully awarded, would start late fall and last about 3 years, and we're looking at a request of about $500,000. So the project goals, really at a high level, making sure that the city's trees are benefiting its environment, right? So that looks like making sure there's shade, they're providing the cooling effect, they're providing beautification, but also to make sure that, trees aren't causing nuisances, right? We have a lot of, we get a lot of complaints ourselves, and I'm sure you all do as well as council, and I'm sure community members feel this as well, when trees lift up the curb, when trees litter on their car. So we want to be cognizant of those issues, because when those happen, we're not realizing the tree benefits as well. So as a part of this project, we'll do a robust assessment of the city's tree inventory. So literally going tree by tree, assessing, collecting data on every single public tree that the city owns, whether it's in a parkway, park, or public facilities. And that will coincide with a tree canopy assessment, looking at LiDAR data to assess tree canopy and where those current benefits on public and private property are currently being provided. And then when we gather all that information, we'll consolidate it, we'll look at it, analyze it, and then do a lot of community outreach to tag along with that, to communicate the outcomes, to communicate what we've learned about tree canopy, how it's distributed across the community, and what the current state of the urban forest is. And then through that community engagement education process, we'll then gather feedback that ultimately tie into this urban forest management plan that'll guide the city's urban forest and provide recommendations on not only expanding the urban forest, but caring for the existing trees, right? Understanding which trees require more attention, if there's pest issues, health issues, drought issues, digging into that a bit to provide the city with recommendations on how to maintain their trees, to make sure that it's cost efficient and reducing the sort of liabilities that we do see with trees. And then, of course, providing educational resources, doing tree plantings, doing fruit tree distributions, which are just amazing community events as a part of this, because we know it's a great educational and outreach experience. So the project details itself, we'll start with the citywide tree inventory update in partnership with the city's tree care contractor to make sure that all those sites are collected. This is data, everything from species to height to condition and health, to understand what the city's urban forest is. That'll tag along with the canopy assessment that I mentioned. This will round out with a community engagement plan, which will coincide with surveys, with tabling, and workshops. We really want to meet community where they are, whether that's a supermarket, farmer's market, at on Saturday mornings at the soccer field, to get input. Those assessments will then tie into the management plan, which is about a 8 to 10 month process where we'll draft the high-level vision, objectives, and then get into those specific activities of how we're going to achieve these goals. The plan itself is about a 20 to 40-year document that includes periodic reviews when we hit certain targets, like tree canopy increased, or like number of trees planted, or number of risks mitigated. That'll hit certain thresholds that warrant updates to the management plan, but in general, it's a 20 to 40-year process. And then as a part of it, we want to plant several hundred trees, right? As a part of the management plan, and as was referred to earlier in the meeting today, we want to put the right tree in the right place and literally go street by street and identify which trees are going to be suitable for that street based on the parkway size, based on what trees are already there, based on what the businesses or adjacent community members want to see. So as a part of putting that plan into action, one of the first pieces is doing tree planting and doing tree distributions in areas we've identified as a priority, whether it's around schools or around bus stops. So that'll give us a great way to kick things off. We love to host tree planting events. It's a great way to get folks out and participate in learning and taking ownership over these investments. So that'll follow the management plan, and then we provide 3 years of establishment care just to make sure those trees survive that initial establishment period. That's it. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation this evening. I'll go ahead and go down roll call. Mr. Torres, if you have any questions or comments.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just simply want to say very excited to see progress on this. I brought up the idea of doing an assessment and a plan to maintain our urban forestry canopy back in 2019, 2020. Got approval back then, but the gears of government are slow. And I've been very proud and pleased to see the ways that Mayor Peralta has really taken this and really pushed it to be a top priority for council. So it didn't languish in a vote somewhere in the past, but this is something that we're actively collaborating and engaging on. So I'd like to thank you and your organization for the work that you're doing and the plans that you're preparing. And I'd also like to thank Ms. Peralta for making this a priority in our city.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Torres. We do have Mayor Pro Tem Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this has been the record of the most presentations in the council that we've had in a while. So thank you for your patience. We need trees. It's I think something that it's been an initiative here, the council's priority, and I think definitely excited for this project, for how it's going to look. Definitely exciting, and yeah, all in favor of it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. We do have Councilmember Jimenez up next.
I'll be brief. Thank you for the presentation and for your patience and being here this late.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. Ms. Tamayo?
I appreciate all your work toward this. I know I'm coming in on the tail end of it, so it's great to see this. And most importantly, too, I appreciate that it's that you're working with the city to apply for grants to move this forward. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Councilmember Tamayo. And also just want to express my gratitude to Mr. Pineda, your team, as well as our staff who have been involved in creating this partnership. I know we met, I believe, maybe a month or two ago about seriously working together as far as getting more urban forestry into our city. And so I do see how fruitful that was in having this item coming forward. Overall, just very excited for this partnership with Tree People in applying for this grant funding to bring more canopy and urban forestry into our city. Recently, I did attend a sanitation district meeting, and they actually unveiled the supplemental environmental project that's highlighting the Lower LA River, and I believe it's being conducted by Tree People. And so you have this initiative that will basically bring significant benefits to cities like Commerce, Bell Gardens, Huntington Park, Linwood, with a substantial $400,000 investment. Montebello, unfortunately, was not part of this initiative, and I think that truly highlights how important it is to be proactive on behalf of council as well as staff in building these partnerships, ensuring that our community, the name Montebello, is being included in these conversations to be able to, again, benefit from these levels of investment. And so overall, extremely excited to have Tree People be a part of the city of Montebello, and I do wish everyone luck in this process to apply for this grant. With that, I'll go ahead and move forward with a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by our Mayor Pro Tem. Can I please have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Councilmember Jimenez. And Mr. City Clerk, may I please have roll?
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
Okay, and I vote aye, and that passes. Thank you so much, Mr. Pineda. Please have a safe rest of your night. Moving forward, we do have AB 1234 travel reports. Just gonna go ahead and look across the aisle. None? Okay, we do have council orals, and we do have our Mayor Pro Tem with a council oral.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just be quick. I know it's late, but I just wanted to speak on kind of just get the ball rolling on working on a fireworks stands ordinance for this upcoming year. So pretty much over the last several years, we've kind of, and also just kind of start the conversation about fireworks overall. I know I talked to the city manager, give me some ideas, and just kind of get, and maybe hear from some of my colleagues about, kind of putting some some regulations, ordinance together to, one, curb the issue of illegal fireworks and also the fireworks stand. So over the last several years, we, as you all know, for those that serve in any nonprofit group, if you are associated with the baseball leagues, with the soccer leagues, typically the fireworks stands are the biggest fundraiser for an organization. Unfortunately, what's been happening is that there's a lot of outside groups that are coming into the city. So, for example, if the city of Whittier bans fireworks stands, they ban fireworks all over, all around. Then they're coming over here and using some of our stands and applying for permits here, and pretty much hurting the the groups that are actually from the city of Montebello, and that goes to different organizations. And the way the loophole they kind of find is they'll pretty much say, well, I had a meeting at Boulevard Market, so we technically do meet at Boulevard Market, and therefore we're associated with Montebello. So they'll find little loopholes. So it's just kind of redefining and tuning up that ordinance, or putting together an ordinance to kind of curve that and ensure that the fireworks stands and this money and the fundraisers stay with the organizations here in Montebello and don't go to outside groups. So, so I'd like to just, City Manager, I know we spoke about some other concerns about illegal fireworks and whatnot, but yeah, I'd like some consensus to just start looking into that language. And if anybody has any other suggestions or comments, I welcome that as well.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If there are no comments, or is there a comment?
Yes.
Yes, Councilmember.
I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Melendez bringing this item forward. From my understanding, there's definitely steps that we can take to make sure that what can be seen as a dangerous activity and whatnot, which is also a greatly is a massive fundraiser, usually the largest fundraiser for a lot of our nonprofit organizations and schools and boosters, remains available. I would like, having some interest in this item, I would like to suggest the creation of an ad hoc. Mr. Melendez, I'd be happy to work with you and talk about some of these ideas. And I'm sorry, I'm drawing a really quick blank on one of the other things I wanted to put forward. Standardizing the days on which they begin to sell is something that I would like to explore and talk about. Currently, I believe, depending on when July 4th falls, it could be as little as like 2 days, but if it falls on other days, it can be as many as like 5 or 6, and I'm a little hazy on the numbers. But I do have an interest in this item, and I would appreciate the opportunity to work with the Mayor Pro Tem on this.
Yeah, I welcome that. And the only thing I would make a suggestion would be if maybe we can just, we can talk about the fireworks stands and just leave it at like fireworks. So then we can also touch on some issues in regards to illegal fireworks and see if they could put some recommendations in place for that ad hoc. Yeah.
Okay, Miss, unless there's any other comments, if we can get our city clerk to please do roll call.
In order to kind of implement, just kind of wanted some clarification in terms of, these are great ideas, and this is something that's been on our mind. Staff has also brought it up. Short term, we're in April, right? So one of the things that we'll get right on the ball and working with staff is trying to narrow the scope to make sure that it goes primarily to nonprofits, organizations within the city. So I think that's something definitely that we can work towards. Long term, it sounds like there's an interest in ad hoc. Allow us to kind of develop that a little bit more further, building towards next year, right? Where we're able to kind of implement a lot of these other measures. The other measure I think that we talked about, there was a successful campaign last year with fire and PD in terms of awareness. We were planning on, once again, moving in that direction as well. So I think in short terms, we're gonna take those steps and then build towards next year, being more, methodical in terms of how we approach the holistically, legal and illegal fireworks. Okay?
Yeah, and very quickly, just recalling the presentation that was given last year, I do remember that there was a recommendation or the observation that a lot of times it's difficult to stop illegal fireworks on top of the incredible number that there are, that there is no mechanism in our municipal code that really attaches responsibility to anyone. There was the idea that making property owners responsible for what was happening would create like that very direct line for code enforcement and law enforcement to say like, hey, if we're seeing this activity here, regardless of who brought it or who's firing it, the property owner is responsible. So I don't know if there's an appetite to have that implemented for this year as well. I think from what it sounded like, it was pretty well formed and other cities have similar provisions.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, my previous cities, we've actually taken a pretty hard stance, working actually with the city attorneys. So, I mean, there's different strategies. I think this merits discussion, kind of figuring out what fits best, right? Not every city's the same. But I would suggest as the administrator that we take more of a, hands-on approach and then make sure that we have some penalties for those folks that are not, adhering to the law for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to my colleagues. If I could please have a roll call for this item.
Yes, Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye, and that passes. And then just moving forward to my items, I will also make this very brief. I am asking for item number 1 to have requesting consensus for the city of Montebello to arrange a first responders appreciation luncheon to recognize our fire and police personnel. And just to kind of give a quick background for this item, it's extremely important that as a city, we truly uplift our first responders, especially for the line of work that they do and the amount of dedication and love that they have for our community. I know several other cities, like the city of Norwalk, does have a yearly First Responders Appreciation Luncheon. And so following a similar format, I would like the city to work on arranging that for this year and work with both our departments to ensure that our personnel in these areas in this line of work are being uplifted. And so if I could just please receive consensus. And for the record, we did have Councilmember Jimenez walk out, but if we can do roll call for the remaining council that is here.
Yes, Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye, and thank you to my colleagues for that consensus. Lastly, it's just our Earth Day activities. First off, do just want to thank our Director of Public Works as well as our Director of Recreation for really putting a very comprehensive list of activities to commemorate Earth Day as well as Arbor Day. Again, just encouraging our residents to come out. We do have volunteer cleanup sites at Ashia, Reggie Rodriguez Park, Chet Hollyfield, and the Whittier Boulevard corridor, as well as an e-waste collection activity, bulky item drop-off, as well as free compost that is being given away by Athens Services. More information can be found online, as well as our city social media post. Again, there's an opportunity to beautify our community and really encourage our residents to join us in that effort. With that, I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn our meeting today and thank all our residents as well as council and staff who are here, ending this meeting at 11, a little after 11 today.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, motion to adjourn. So we will go ahead and adjourn at 11:12. Thank you, everyone.